So they gotta, they gotta go, they just give the paperwork to the other.
Hello, Louis.
Hello, Nelson. How's it going?
Doing real well. How are you tonight?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well as well.
I had to figure out what I could do here, how to turn on the microphone and all that, you know?
Yeah. It takes a while to get used to.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. You guys have been doing this every month.
Yeah, yeah. Some of us have. Yeah.
Had to figure it out.
Yeah, it's strange. I don't know, but some days you just get feedback and I don't know why, but I think
Yeah.
staff has got it down to a T pretty good.
That's good. Yeah, it seems like with all this technology, no matter what, there's always something that happens. You know,
Right.
just it's frustrating.
You can always count on something, as they say.
Yeah, we've had some issues the last several weeks with our Sunday live stream for our church service, and so we're working with our internet provider to figure out what's going on with that. So, like interruptions in the stream and stuff like that. So,
Just freezing up and stuff like that.
yeah, and it just happened over the last month. You know, we've had good success with it until this past 4 weeks.
Hi, Pastor Schwam. Hi, Mayor Franco. I'm just doing a quick mic check, making sure that you're able to hear.
I can hear you.
Perfect.
Yeah, loud and clear. Thank you.
Hi,
Thanks,
Mr.
Raina.
Tatelian. I see that you're on. Do you want to do a quick mic test to make sure that we can hear you okay? This is Raina with the City of Selma.
Can you hear us, Cliff?
Apparently not.
Hi, Mr. Tatelian. Can you hear us?
If you put your cursor on your screen, you'll say unmute.
I don't, Mr. Tatelian. Hi, Cliff. It's Raina. Can you hear me? You are not muted. Can you hear me?
Sir, how you doing, guys? Great, how are you? The rain drop you off? The rain
No,
drop?
I drove myself today.
Oh, did you?
I sucked it up today. Top animals.
Hi, Cliff. Can you hear us?
Moses? How's
It
everything?
looks like he has the YouTube page and the
You guys are
screen on.
shut down, everything, this situation is a.
Are you ready to start, Raina?
I gotta give you credit, man.
30 seconds. I just need 30 seconds.
All right, just let me know when you're ready.
There it is. You tell Tony he's number 2.
Missing somebody off the council. Who's it? Oh, John Trujillo.
Yeah, he won't be joining us today.
Oh, okay.
She said Dada.
Oh, shoot.
She's talking, Jim. Yep.
Wait till
Hi,
you see.
I can
Wait till you
see
grandma.
the dais,
Oh, man. It'd be like
No.
butter.
and
Yeah. Not Mama, Dada.
He knows where the
hold on,
money's
let me
at.
try
He knows
that.
where the money, women are, they learn quick. Women, one thing about women, they learn quick.
Let's see.
Hi, Cliff. Can you hear us?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Thank you for your help. Okay, thank you. Get down.
Hey, Mayor Franco. I think we're ready to go.
All right. Hello, everyone. So let's, I have 6:04. The date is November 16th, 2020. And we are calling the Selma City Council regular meeting located at Selma City Council Chambers in Selma, California. Also via teleconference phone number 1301-715-8592. Meeting ID number 815-4716-2376 with the password 1116. Okay. Just read our disclaimer. On March 4th, 2020, Governor Newsom proclaimed a state of emergency in California as a result of the threat of COVID-19. On March 17th, 2020, Governor Newsom issued Executive Order N-2920, which allows a local legislative body to hold public meetings via teleconferencing and to make the public meetings accessible telephonically or otherwise electronically to all members of the public seeking to observe and to address the local legislative body. Pursuant to Executive Order N 2920, please be advised that some or all the Selma City Council will participate in meetings via teleconferencing. Public participation pursuant to Executive Order N 2920 and given the current health concerns, members of the public can access meetings streamed live on our YouTube page. Members of the public may not attend the meeting in person. In lieu of attendance at the meeting, the public can provide public comments verbally for the City Council consideration by calling on the number posted on our agenda. Staff will unmute the public during the public comment portion of the meeting. Alternatively, the public can send correspondence to the City Council regarding agenda items by emailing publiccomment@cityofselma.com by 5 p.m. the day of the meeting, with the subject line Selma City Council meeting correspondent, followed by the agenda item on which they wish to comment on, or City of Selma non-agenda item. All correspondence that does not relate to a specific item on the agenda will be made part of the official record of this meeting and will be referred to the city manager or other staff for any appropriate actions or attention. Correspondence that does relate to a specific item on the agenda will be addressed as appropriate during consideration of the agenda item to which it relates. Contact the city clerk with any questions by phone at City Hall, phone number 559-891-2200, extension 3104, or by emailing using the email address referenced above, which is publiccomment@cityofselma.com. And with that, we will go to our invocation led by Pastor Nelson Schwam of Church of the Redeemer.
Good evening, Council. Mayor Franco, Council members Robertson, Avalos, and Garrett. It's good to see all of you tonight. Thank you for this invitation to come and share this invocation with you. Let's pray. Father, we come to you tonight asking for your presence, that your presence would be felt here among those that are participating in this council meeting this evening. I pray especially for our city council members. They've already had a full day's work filled with appointments and personal issues they have attended to, and now, as they come together tonight to conduct business on behalf of the citizens of Selma, I pray for a refreshing to their spirit, clarity in their thought processes, and wisdom as they consider the matters that are before them tonight. And also pray for healing within our community as we continue to battle this coronavirus pandemic. I pray for the families in our community who have recently experienced this virus in their homes, in their families, and in their neighborhoods. Bring comfort, peace, and healing into the families and lives that have been affected by this. I ask for your blessing over this meeting, and most especially over each heart and life that participates tonight. And I pray this in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you for allowing me to come and participate tonight. God bless each one of you.
Thank you.
Please stand for the flag salute.
Oh, that was fast.
All right. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos,
Here.
Councilmember Robertson,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Here.
Mayor Franco.
Here. Potential conflict of interest. Any council member who has a potential conflict of interest may now identify the item and recuse himself from discussing and voting on the matter. Seeing none, I'll move on to oral communication. Notice to the public. At this time, any member of the public may address the city council regarding any item which the council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item not on the agenda. Issue raised will be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public shall limit the remarks to 3 minutes. City clerk, is there anyone wishing to speak or any emails?
Mayor Franco, we have no emails and we have no attendees at this point.
All right. Okay, with that, we will move on to our special presentations. We have 3 presentations this evening. City Manager, did you want to go in the order as listed?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Thank you, Mayor. I think so.
Okay, so we'll proceed with the agenda as printed. All right, so our first up is a Fresno County Rural Transit Agency presentation. I believe Moses Stikeson is in the audience.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Moses Stites, General Manager, Fresno County Rural Transit Agency. And it's my pleasure to be here before the City Council this evening to give you an update on the Fresno County Rural Transit Agency maintenance facility that's slated to be constructed here in the city. It's been a long process. Part of the reason being is we had to acquire the parcels to assemble this location for the facility directly across from the Selma Unified School District and around the corner from the Selma Municipal Public Works Yard. We have approximately 9.14 acres. 7.14 is on the parcel that is the old location of where the fire training facility was, which has since been relocated back in May of 2020. And FCRTA worked cooperatively with the city of Selma in partnership to purchase that parcel. Secondly, to relocate the fire department to the municipal yard. Chief Peterson was great to work with, city staff in getting that accomplished. We were able to purchase the parcel from the city of Selma through an old RDA parcel remnant that was left over. And we're moving forward. One of our biggest obstacles was obviously the environmental that we had to do. We had to do 2 documents, which I'm sure all of you are familiar with. And that is the CEQA document, which we had to do for every parcel. And also we recently completed a NEPA, which is the National Environmental Protection Act. And that is even greater than the CEQA because we retained approximately $5.1 million in Federal Transit Administration funding. And the ties with that funding, as you know, when you get funding, funding sources have different requirements. One of the requirements is that we get that NEPA clearance. And part of the NEPA clearance is the fact that you have to do a phase 1 and phase 2 for the environmental clearances under CEQA as well as NEPA. So there's a lot of paperwork involved, but I'll cover this entire room or fill it with paper if they're going to provide $5.1 million for that facility, which really goes to enhance what we're planning to do on that facility. One of the biggest aspects to that facility is the fact that we're going to be putting in 3 buildings at a minimum of 4,900 to 6,000 square feet, possibly 10,000 square feet each, because we have a multitude of different fueling. We have CNG, compressed natural gas. We have gasoline and electric vehicles. We're the only transit agency in Fresno County that operates electric vehicles. I'm sure you've seen them around Fresno County. They're typically green and white. They take quite a bit to operate, and we are planning on having an on-site battery storage maintenance facility there at the maintenance site, as well as a CNG fast fill station, and possibly conversion of diesel to CNG as an economic development, which we hope to involve the city of Selma some way, somehow, and also the school districts, both Selma Unified and the junior colleges as well. We're going to have a training facility on site as well, and several other amenities that we hope to provide there. We're currently in the process of developing an RFQ, request for qualifications, and an RFP as well. And it's going to be a design build concept, meaning that the RFQ will put out to bid for teams of architect, engineers, and construction management. And then out of that RFQ, it'll be narrowed down to the selected team that will then come in for the request for proposal based on the $13 to $15 million, excuse me, allotted for this development. We could increase the development if we get into some other phasing, which we plan to do a training site for some other concepts which we have not developed yet. But we've got some other big projects slated for the Golden State Corridor, which I'm sure I don't want to bore you with. There's several $100 million worth of projects. I can come back another time and get into that a little later. But I do want to expand on a grid analysis study that we're doing for the entire Fresno County, which is directly and indirectly related to this particular site that we are going to develop. And that is a grid analysis for the entire Fresno County, which is going to analyze the grid system for the existing capacity of the grid for electricity, what the shortfalls are, and what the mitigation measures would be with a type of funding that would make it possible to fund on-site and off-site improvements. And not just for FCRTA, but for other development projects within the city of Selma, if you're interested. And that way we can apply for funding either jointly or individually so that a lot of these shortfalls can be funded. We're working with PG&E. AECOM is doing the study and it should be complete in December of 2021. It's on a fast course right now. And we're in the process of doing the analysis of the existing systems. And it includes the 13 incorporated cities in the county, excluding the city of Fresno and Clovis, and also the unincorporated communities within Fresno County as well. And we need to do this county-wide because we will be utilizing other locations for fast charging locations. And we want to have an idea of what the changes are with land uses if gas is eliminated from zoning proposals and developers are only required or allowed to do electric infrastructure, how that's going to impact not just the local municipalities such as Selma, but also yards like FCRTA, school districts, and other entities that utilize electricity. So we're really looking at long-term impacts and also solutions for when we take occupancy of that site. There is still one parcel that we're still trying to purchase so that we can basically have that entire island over there in that industrial park area. And we do have another parcel adjacent to Glacier Refrigeration. That's the 2 acres, which makes up that entire 9 acres. And with that, I will open it up to any questions that you folks may have, and then I can hopefully answer them and then get back to the RFP so that I can hopefully put it out on the streets by January of 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. Okay.
I have a question for Moses Lewis. Moses, are you guys going to do facility? Are you going to use solar on your panels? Use solar panels on the maintenance facility?
We are. We're going to use every type of energy that's available out there, and solar is going to be one of those that we can hopefully develop the entire site with solar. And then we're also going to be looking at microgrid systems, which will incorporate solar that'll put it back into the grid system as well.
You know, also when I was on the air quality board, there was some money in that area. There's a pot of money in there. Have you looked into that, Moses?
I look at every pots of money, including banks, short of short of stealing and robbing. I apply for every possible funding pot that's available out there. That's one of them. And as a transit agency, we have a lot of opportunities to get into a lot of the funding sources, as well as some private-public agreements that we're going to be looking at for some of the energy storage as well.
But Moses, once again, I thank you for bringing this maintenance facility to the city of Selma. I appreciate what you've done. And over the years, you've been a great ally for every city, not just for the city of Selma, but down the road in our valley. Well, I thank you personally, what you do, hard work, what you do, Moses. You're a diamond in the rough in the group, I call you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I
Thank you.
also want to echo that, say thank you for everything the FCRTA has done under your leadership. Happy 40th anniversary from last year. Well earned. I remember when I was on COG voting for to award the contract for the maintenance facility to Selma. And that was a major win. We competed with the cities of Kingsburg and Fowler for that, and our location and our other attractions provided the win for Selma on that, and that was a great day for Selma. How are we doing on that? Just want to make sure that we're working with the FCRTA. We're maximizing our synergy to make sure that we're working together as well as we possibly can to get that first building up as soon as possible.
And the biggest hurdles was one, clearing all the parcels and then the environmental clearances for the phase 1, phase 2, and then the CEQA and the NEPA requirements. And then I'm going to be coming back to the council to work out an arrangement, hopefully on the engineering and the permitting and the processing so that we can streamline that process and hopefully develop a collaborative partnership going forward with that endeavor when we get to that point.
Because it's not just the maintenance facility. We're talking a lot of cottage industries that are related to the maintenance facility that could be coming to Selma as a result of those going up. Is that correct?
Well, I was going to come back later and discuss that, but since you brought it up, I've already been talking to some of the vendors that we deal with. And since we're the only only transit agency in the Fresno County that is using electric vehicles right now and chargers, we're looking at some of the vendors possibly coming into Selma and they could use this as a distribution center and a location to start some of their distribution locations as well.
Bring property tax, jobs, and renown to Selma as being the capital of South County transportation.
Correct. And then also too, on that note, we're looking at some microgrid systems that we're looking at micro community gardens whereby we would apply for funding and develop these microgrid systems, solar, back to Councilman Member Avalos' question, and then we would put these in certain areas of Selma so that the residential and commercials developers can use that as well. As long as we can get the land, I can pursue the funding to construct this activity and again, develop a public-private partnership, and hopefully the developers would get the tax credits on that. But that would be down the road once we get into this construction phase of the facility, because some of my funding sources are looking for these alternative, innovative type things, again, that are streamlined and that you have willing agencies that are willing to work with you in partnership. And I'm sure you have quite a few developers that are interested in maximizing some of this effort as well. We don't just want to come in here and benefit from the community. We want to invest and reinvest and be in a collaborative partnership with the city of Selma so that everybody else can benefit from what we're investing in, because our vehicles transport the general public, and we're all about serving the general public and the residents of the city of Selma. So,
and you're here already. You're already renting
We're
out
here.
a building in Selma. The transportation vendor that FCRTA picked to operate the buses is located here in Selma as well, renting a building out. So that's provided a lot of economic benefit.
That's
to the city
correct.
as well.
We requested that when we put out the services to bid, that the vendor would be located here in the city of Selma, which, as I was explaining to council earlier before the meeting, several of the employees who work in the maintenance facility and also for our subcontractor have relocated here to the city of Selma as residents. So there is a vesting of not just our vehicles, but our employees are actually moving here and relocating here. So it really brings a lot to well,
Okay. Moses, thank you for all your hard work, not only that you do for Selma, but for the entire county. Your hard work is much appreciated.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, seeing no further questions, if there's none, then we will move on to our second presentation.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Yes. All right, our second presentation is a police swearing in ceremony. I believe Chief Gomez is going to lead this. This is a fantastic, just goes to show the commitment that the council and the city has to the community of providing the best public safety for our residents as possible. So with that, it's always nice when we put more officers on the street. So with that, I'll hand it over to Chief Gomez.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Just briefly before I call them in here. So 3 of them, the first one's a reserve officer, the last 2 are hired under my regime. And the other 3 were hired the latter part of 2019. So they were not sworn in, of all the issues that went on at that time. So they're being sworn in now, just so you're aware of that.
Okay.
Our first team member tonight is Reserve Officer Zachary O'Neill Shannon. Officer Shannon's a native of Kerman, now resides in Toll House, California. He's married to Victoria. They have 2 children, Brad Anthony Shannon and Brody O'Neill Shannon. Zach graduated from Kerman High School in June 2011. He served with the United States Army from 2011 to 2015. He's currently still serving with the California National Guard. His military awards include 4 Army Achievement Medals, Afghanistan Campaign Medal with Campaign Star, 2 Overseas Service Ribbons, Non-Commissioned Officer Professional Development Ribbon, and Army Good Medal Conduct. And that's a lot. In the past, Zach worked for the Fresno Police Department from September 2019 to April 2020. And we're very happy he made the decision to move over to Selma PD. He graduated from the Fresno City College Police Academy in December 2019. And a highlight at the Academy for Zach is his overall range score at the end, which was 96.10%, which is very outstanding. And a review of his classmates in the Academy, these are things that they said about Zach. Zach is squared away, great attitude, always positive, takes pride in helping fellow cadets. He has integrity that cannot be questioned. He is self-driven, and Zach would have my back in the field. So very, very nice things. And I'll tell you, in reading his background, I think my background's clean, but he had such a clean background. People said such nice things about him. And it was everybody too. Everybody did. In attendance tonight is his wife, Victoria, and his sons, Brad and Brody. His in-laws, Phil, I guess Morlinda's not here. His grandmother, Nancy, his aunt, Megan, and cousin, Abigail. Congratulations, Reserve Officer Zach Shannon. At this time, as customary, we'd like loved one to come up and pin the badge on Officer Shannon. And then the city clerk will swear Zach in. And then if you want others, the family to come up for photos, you can, once she swears him in.
Please raise your right hand. On which I do when solemnly swear to protect the Constitution of the state of California and faithfully about to enter.
Rena, want to take it? That way they get out there. Ask her, you want to get up there? Good. That way you have a family, that way you have a family group shot, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right. All right.
They want us.
All right.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Welcome on
serving.
board.
Thanks for coming to Selma.
Yes.
Safe, all right.
Thank you.
Oh, really? Oh, oh, my God. Hey, Joe, they're giving you up, man. Huh? So much for the clean record, right?
What is that about?
So much for the clean record.
Sure seem to like you, though. That's a good thing.
I know.
It's good.
That was nice to him, I'll tell you that.
At least they remembered you.
Yeah.
That's the important thing in life. Really?
Yeah. I
Oh.
remember seeing him before.
So,
Right there.
All right, ready to go. Our second officer tonight is Officer Carlos Villalobos Jr. Goes by Carlos. He's married to Alexis Marie. They have no children, but 5 dogs. It's a lot of dogs, dude. It's a lot of dogs.
They're probably police
I
dogs.
got 2 and 4 cats, so something weird too, man. Not in Selma, right? Originally, he's from Fresno. Currently resides in Sanger. Graduated from Sunnyside High in 2015. He's currently attending Fresno Pacific University, majoring in criminology. He too graduated from Fresno City College Police Academy in 2019. His previous employment, he worked, he was a security officer at Exodus Recovery, and he has family in law enforcement. His uncle and sister-in-law work for the California Department of Corrections, and he has a cousin who works for California Highway Patrol. His family in attendance tonight, his wife, Alexis, his parents, Alicia and Carlos, his brothers, Ignacio and Adrian, his in-laws, Juan and Maria, and his sister-in-law, Brianna. Did I miss anybody? I did. It's okay, don't tell me if I did. It's okay. And this time, it's our custom to have a family member come up and do the badge pinning. That'd be Alexis. Come on up. Don't stick them though. It's easy to do. It's easy to do. Oh, good, good, good.
Turn around, get a picture with him.
And Raina will swear you in, and then everybody can come up and take a photo if you want.
Solemnly swear to support all enemies, foreign and domestic. Obligation freely. Well and faithfully discharge on that of which you are about to enter.
If you guys want, you can come up and take a photo with him.
Line up, guys. She'll take the photo for you. Raina, just give her the phone.
Hi.
Guys all in here?
Wrap.
Be safe out there.
Thank you, officer.
No problem.
I was smiling through the mask.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Oh, you guys are a big group here, guys. Straightening them out right now, man. Makes us feel good as a council. This makes us feel good.
Part of it.
Love seeing
Yes,
this.
Not only
we
that,
love this.
We're having more troops in the
Love
ground.
seeing
Oh,
them
yeah.
come on
More
board.
troops in the
Oh,
ground,
I agree, yeah.
you know.
So great for the morale. Love seeing people coming to the PD.
Uplifting for the citizens. I always want the citizens to be
Almost
positive.
happening. Happening. Place to be.
Agree. Oh, Troy, come on up here.
Hello, how
Join.
are you?
Off of the camera right there. There you are.
Okay, our third officer tonight, Officer Troy Rodriguez. He's married to Amanda, and Riley is their daughter. Is Riley right there? Originally from Fresno, Troy graduated from Sunnyside High 2009. He graduated from the Fresno City College Police Academy in 2019. His previous law enforcement experience is Table Mountain Rancheria Police Department, where he worked. And his family in law enforcement, his mother, Helen, worked with me at Fresno PD for many years. She was in the Management Support Bureau, which to us is HR, in the police department. And she did a great job there for many, many years. His family in attendance tonight is his wife, Amanda, his daughter, Riley, and his mother, Helen. And congratulations, Troy. At this time, it's our custom for a family member to come up and do the badge pinning. And Amanda, come on up.
solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Constitution of the United States. Obligation freely. Well and faithfully discharge on that of which you are about to enter. Oh.
Oh.
Okay. Fourth officer is, what's your name again?
I forgot your name already.
Officer Anthony Yanni. He's originally from Vallejo, California, now residing in Clovis. Graduated from Buchanan High in 2008. He also graduated from the Fresno State College Police Academy in 2011. His previous employment, he worked as a special ed instructor at Clovis Unified School District. And he also has prior law enforcement experience working at Mariposa County Sheriff's Office. And this is not my first time presenting regarding Mr. Yanni. I was his physical training instructor in the academy, and I actually gave him an award, right? What was it? Is that what it was? I thought it was most motivational. Ah, yes. This guy was just crazy motivational and inspirational in PT. In fact, it was myself and another were the lead instructors, and the other lead instructor was like, "Will he just stop? Will you stop him?" I'm like, no, man, he gets you going. Yanni is the type of guy that, and if you're a boss, you know what I'm talking about. You have somebody on your team that just pulls you towards success, right? He has an engine that will not quit. He's constantly arresting people, getting guns off the street, dope. This homeless, I was talking to city attorney earlier about the homeless, and I know this already driving around. It's cleaned up, and he's a big part of that. So very happy he got hired a week after I was hired, and very, very happy to see that he was here at Selma PD. His family in attendance tonight, his dad, George, his mother, Yolanda, his sister, Marianne, and his sister's boyfriend, Rico. So congratulations, Officer Yanni. Very happy you're here. At this time, it's our custom to have a family member come up and do the badge pinning.
No.
Take your masks off while you take the picture.
Yeah.
Oh, the no swearing or?
Oh, thank you for letting them be here in Selma. We really appreciate him.
Gonna do it.
Thank you very much.
Officer
Welcome.
Yanni, if
Thank
you
you.
wouldn't
Yes,
mind
thank you.
raising your right hand. On with I do. Solemnly swear to protect and all enemies, foreign and domestic. Obligation freely.
Thank you.
Our fifth officer tonight is Officer Gilbert Henry Gonzalez. Officer Gonzalez is a native of Kerman, now resides in Fresno. His girlfriend, who's present tonight, is Rosale. Did I say it right? Or Rosie for short. Gilbert and Rosale, they plan on getting married in a few years. He graduated from Kerman High School in June 2006. He played junior college baseball, Fresno City College, and Gavilan City College. He's now working on getting his liberal arts degree from Fresno Pacific University. In the past, Gilbert worked for the Sanger Police Department from October 2019 to March 2020. And we're very happy he made the move to Selma. Gilbert graduated from Fresno City College Police Academy in December 2018. Just some highlights from his time in the academy. He scored 96% in his range training, very, very high, and 96.64% in his scenario testing, which is outstanding. His peers, his classmates in the academy said the following about him. He has a positive attitude. He treated everyone with respect. He communicated well, good command presence, honest, and a high level of integrity. Gilbert's father is Steve H. Gonzalez Sr. He currently works at Fresno PD. He's been an officer, sworn officer for 27 years. He started at Kerman Police Department where he did 10 years there. And 7 of those years, he was a police sergeant. He's been at Fresno PD for 17 years. And during that time, he's worked on tactical teams and he was a domestic violence detective. His father's currently working in Southeast Fresno on patrol. In attendance tonight is Henry's girlfriend, Rosale, and she will be doing the badge pinning. So at this time, come on up, Rosale.
Sacramento, please respond with ID. All enemies, foreign and domestic. Forgive me. Obligation freely with that. About to enter.
All right.
See that, back up a little bit.
There you go. Camera's right in front of you right there.
Okay, last but not least, right? Our final officer tonight, Officer Huggins, is a native of Visalia. She still lives in Visalia. Tricia graduated from Hidden Valley High School in Murphy, Oregon in June 2014. She attended the College of the Sequoias, majoring in Administration of Justice, and earned an Associate of Science degree in May 2016. And she's been busy. She attended CSU Sacramento, majoring in criminal justice, and earned a Bachelor of Science degree in May 2018. And in the past, Tricia worked for the Delano Police Department from November 2019 to February 2020. Very happy you're here and made the right decision to come to Selma PD. When Tricia got hired by us, she was working in asset protection at Macy's, and she had done so off and on for quite some time. And I just wanted to share some comments that her manager made about her in the background investigation, actually. She said about Tricia was not timid when contacting shoplifters and would be right in the middle of it when you had to go hands-on. And this next comment, I mean, if you're a chief, any kind of boss, you love this comment about an employee or somebody you're going to hire. Whatever department Tricia is working for, they will not have to worry about what she is doing at 3 a.m. when nobody is watching. So that is a big deal right there. That is a big deal. What is that called? Trust. That's trust. Tricia graduated from the Tulare Kings Police Academy in July 2019. During her time in the academy, Tricia received an award for excellence in exemplary performance in report writing. So huge in law enforcement. We write every day, so that is a big deal. In peer evaluations, her classmates said about Tricia, she has a lot of drive and determination. There's no quit in her. She will keep fighting. She led by example as a squad leader. She cared about her team members. She's a team player. In attendance tonight is her father, Stephen, her stepmother, January, is that right? January? And her siblings, Taylor, Camden, and Dylan. Congratulations, Officer Huggins. At this time, it's our custom for a family member to come up and do the badge pinning.
All right.
More? I want to swear some more in. No, I'm done.
Yeah, let's do more, do more.
Put a re-swear?
Yeah,
Let's do it again.
yeah.
That was uplifting.
All right.
That was awesome.
Very, very
Loved seeing that.
uplifting.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you,
Thank
Chief.
Thank you. We'll see you out on patrol.
Yeah. All right. Great job, Police Department. Great job, city staff. Okay, our next presentation is Townsend Public Affairs. Give us an update on some grant writing projects they're doing for us. I believe we have Anna Kara.
Yes, that is right. And then my colleague, Johan Rangers, who is based in our Central California office, is here as well. So the two of us will be giving you all an update on the grant writing activity and all of the great projects that we've been working on with staff over the last several months. I believe last we were here was at the beginning of June. So we have updates to a couple of the programs that we discussed then, as well as updates on a number of the applications that we have worked on since then, and then other applications that we are currently working on. So I will go ahead and share my screen and share with you guys some of the activity that we have going on. And let me make sure that I am able to share it. Okay, yeah, it looks like it's working. Okay, cool. Can you all see my screen okay? See the PowerPoint?
I can see it.
Okay, perfect. Let me go into presentation mode. Hopefully that'll work. Awesome. So like I said, my name is Anna Karen Cervantes, and I had the pleasure of being here with you all back in June. So it's been a couple of months. A ton has happened since then. We've been working on a lot of great projects with the city. So we're excited to give you all an update on what we've been working on. And then I'll let Johan introduce himself briefly as well before we get into the thick of it, since I know he's had previously worked with the city, and we've been really excited to have him back on our team, but I'll let him talk a little bit about himself and introduce himself to you all.
Yeah, hi. My name is Johan Reinders. Some of you may have seen me before on the council. It's a pleasure to be here. And yeah, it's great to. I'm located in the Central California Fresno office, so it's great to be able to work directly with people that are literally my neighbors.
Thank you.
Awesome, thank you, Johan. So yeah, getting into the work that we have been doing. So just to start off, this is a quick list of all of the programs that we'll be talking about tonight. So again, these are applications, some of which we had already submitted when we last spoke in June. And so just giving an update on some of those for the ones where we have received an update, as well as others that are applications that we have submitted since then, and the status of all of those as far as we have available at this time. So to start off with submitted applications, the SB2 Planning Grant Program application is one that Richard had worked on with staff last year. As you can see, it was submitted in November of 2019, and this was through the Department of Housing and Community Development for funding that was being directed towards housing acceleration activities, is how it was framed from HCD. And this was an allocation-based program where pretty much every city in the state was eligible for an allocation based on their population. So for the city of Selma, the eligibility was for $160,000. And in the application, we are directing that funding towards contributing to the cost of the city's comprehensive zoning ordinance update, as well as acquisition and setup of online permit tracking software, and contributing to some of the housing element compliance costs, since I know that's something the city has been working on for some time and recently got finalized over the summer, and so assisting with some of those costs. So like I said, the application Richard worked on with staff last year in the fall and submitted it in November, and we received finally the award letter from HCD just about a month ago on October 21st. And since then, we've been keeping in touch with HCD about the status of the standard agreement, which is should be the final step in the process to have the award finalized. And so we're waiting on HCD to finalize preparation of that. I believe that involves their legal team reviewing all of the standard agreements and stuff, so they have somewhat of a backlog. But the ideally, and the goal is that they will have that finalized and executed agreement for the city by the end of this calendar year. And Moving on to the next one, which is the FEMA Assistance to Firefighters or AFG grant. This one, Johan worked with us on this application as well. And we worked with the fire department for to requesting funding for new heart monitors for the fire department. And it was submitted about the beginning of March, on March 11th, as you can see here, requesting $74,960. The application has not yet been awarded. FEMA has been releasing award notifications for this program on a rolling basis. They started sending out notifications earlier in the fall, I believe like beginning of September or so, and they have still been periodically releasing new batches of award announcements, and they haven't indicated that they're done announcing awards for the year. So they are still making award announcements for this, and we're keeping our fingers crossed that the city will be receiving some funding for these new heart monitors in the next couple of months as FEMA continues that process. But as of yet, this is still a pending application. And moving on to the next one that we worked on. So this one was an application through the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And so we worked with staff on an application requesting $45,000 in funding to carry out a downtown Selma Business Improvement District feasibility study. And this application was awarded for a slightly reduced award. As you can see, the city received an award letter for $40,000 in September. And so we worked with USDA to revise the scope slightly, and the only aspect of the project where we had to reduce the budget a bit was on the community outreach piece of it. But based on our conversations with staff and the work that we did to revise the scope, this should still be enough funding to make this study happen and ensure that this hopefully contributes to a lot of the great work and efforts going on to improve business in downtown Selma and contribute to economic development and business revitalization efforts there. So we are excited about this award and look forward to seeing that study move forward. And another pending application that we worked on earlier this year was the ABC Alcohol Policing Partnership Grant. So this was one that we worked on with the police department. It was submitted more towards the end of March, requesting just under $36,000 that would be directed towards funding and enforcement for alcohol sales to minors. And this application is still pending. We haven't received an update from ABC, but we'll be touching base with the police department, Officer Renee Garthas, who we had worked on for this application. So we'll be checking in with him to make sure that we're getting status updates with that and checking in with ABC about the status of this application. And the next one, this was an application for the Selma Arts Center, where we worked with the Department of Parks and Recreation for this application. This was for funding that came down through the CARES Act. So part of the funding that was included in the CARES Act stimulus package earlier this year was funding for the National Endowment for the Humanities. And part of what the NEH did with a portion of their funding was establish or directed toward a grant program to provide general operating support for humanities institutions. So we applied for funding for the Selma Arts Center, proposing it or framing it as a project to establish the Selma Arts Center on Air podcast, which would have helped create some programming to continue some of the Selma Arts Center's great programming remotely, given all of the COVID restrictions and the limitations to their operations. So that was an application that we submitted in May. It was unfortunately not selected for funding, and it was largely due to the fact that this ended up being such a competitive program. As you can imagine, it was highly oversubscribed. So the NEH received over 2,300 applications for the $40 million in funding that was available nationwide, and they were only able to fund 300 projects, or about 13% of the applications that they received with that funding. But we are still actively looking for funding to support the Selma Arts Center, and a little bit later we'll be talking about an upcoming opportunity that we'll be working on for programming and for operating support for the Arts Center. So that's something that we will be continuing to work on. And next up is the Local Early Action Planning Grant, which is very similar to the SB2 program. It funded very similar activities, and similarly was an allocation-based program where the fundings were distributed based on population. So for this one, the city is eligible or was eligible for $150,000. And we worked with staff to submit an application for this at the end of June, requesting that the funding be directed towards 3 years of cost for the planning development software, as well as for housing element update costs. So this is closely complementing the activities that were proposed for the SB2 funding. And the application is still under review. So we recently received a request from HCD to do just a couple of minor like formatting revisions to the budget, which is fairly standard for how they review their application. So we've worked on getting those turned around, and hopefully we'll be getting the award letter for this one soon. But I know that HCD has been fairly backlogged in their processing of a lot of these applications. So it might be a little while before we get to the award letter and then to the standard agreement stage of this one. But this is one that we'll be continuing to work on with staff to make sure that we get that funding secured. And then for this next one, I will turn it over to Johan, as he worked very closely with staff and with myself and Richard on this application. So he can speak to it in great detail. So if you want to take over this one, Johan.
Yeah, absolutely. So TPA worked with the city for the Prop 1 Stormwater Grant Program for their round 2 cycle of funding. And actually this project with the city that we submitted was phase 3 of a multi-phase project, the storm drain infrastructure project the city was working on, involving acquisition and updating of the city's stormwater. The main focus was getting off of reliance on the consolidated irrigation districts pumping, just having the city's own reliable pumping, and increasing the city's basin rainwater capture ability. So just basically defending the city against drought, defending the area against drought. And so this application was submitted on July 2nd for just above $2 million. The funding decisions are still pending, but they're expected by the end of 2020, notwithstanding the many delays that all agencies have experienced due to COVID-19. And then I'll turn it back to Anna Karen very quickly.
Awesome, thank you, Johan. And yeah, going back to another application that is also still pending. This is another one that we worked on with the police department, applying to the tobacco grant program, which is an annual grant program that the city I know has been successful with in the past. So we are hopeful for this one that the city will also be receiving funding for it this year. And we again applied for funding to support labor salary costs for a new police officer, as well as equipment, with the goal that that officer would be focused on tobacco enforcement. And this is an application that we submitted over the summer at the beginning of August for a little over $400,000. And for this program, it's not uncommon for the agency. So this one is through the California Department of Justice. So it's not uncommon for the agency to do partial awards. So if the city is awarded, which we hope will be the case, it may be for a lower amount than what we requested, but based on our experience and what we've seen in previous years, it's fairly typical for this agency. So that is one that we are still waiting on. And they haven't made or posted an official timeline, shared an official timeline as to when they might be sharing awards, but historically, it takes them a couple months to turn it around. So I would expect maybe at the beginning of 2021 is when we can expect to see notifications for this application. And another public safety opportunity that we worked on with staff. So this is for the U.S. Department of Justice Burn Justice Assistant Grant Program. This is another annual program, and we worked with staff to submit the application in August and direct the city's allocation. So a little, or just under $18,000, and directing that towards funding for general enforcement activities through the police department. And the city received the approval for that award a month later in September. So this is funding that will be directed towards the police department for their ongoing public safety efforts and their work. And for this one, I will turn it back to Johan as well, as this is another one that he had the opportunity to work on with us with the city. And I think these are 3 really exciting projects. And so I'll let him speak to these a little bit in greater detail.
Yeah, absolutely. This was one that I really like working with. This was for the active transportation program, where their cycle 5 of funding. And it was actually for three projects all at once. There were three separate applications totaling 1.6 million, just about 1.6 million. For the Rose Avenue bike lane project in the southwestern portion of the city, the Dinuba Avenue bike lane project up in the top northeastern corner of the city, and then Mitchell Avenue sidewalk improvements again at the southwestern section of the cities. And these were submitted to Caltrans on September 15th, and then we will be submitting to the regionals FCOG Fresno Council of Governments this Friday. And just this was very good to work with the city on this item. It's connecting those gaps in active transportation, especially the ones in particular for Rose and Mitchell in the southern area of the city that are often cut off by the Golden State Highway, Highway 99. And there's a lot of areas where children trying to go to schools, or just residents trying to go to parks or fun places to go, they're cut off because there's no bike lanes. There's just these roads with fast traffic. And I'll turn back to you, Anna Karen. Oh, and then I'm sorry, and real quick, the awards, we're still waiting on awards, but we anticipate them by February 2021.
Perfect. Thank you, Johan. And then this last one, so this is the one that we most recently submitted. So this is the last of what has already been submitted. And this was an application to Cal OES's Community Power Resilience Allocation to Cities program. So this was a program very similar. If this council will recall, last year, Cal OES had a program called the Public Safety Power Shutoff Program, where they had some funding to award to cities across the state to help with the acquisition of generators and other costs to contribute towards power resiliency efforts. So basically being prepared to continue to support essential facilities in the community during, it could be rolling blackouts as a result of wildfires or just in other emergencies. And so this was a very similar program. It was kind of the second iteration of it. They just changed the name of the program. And we submitted 2 applications totaling $300,000, which was the maximum amount that any individual applicant could apply for. And so the first application is requesting $200,000 to support the purchase of a new generator for City Hall and the new police department building. And so this would be one generator to serve both facilities since they are in such close proximity to each other. And the second application is requesting $100,000 to purchase a new generator for the Selma Senior Center, which we know is a cooling center during extreme heat events and also provides a lot of other very helpful services for not only for the seniors in the city of Selma, but for the community as a whole. So it's another critical city facility. And we hope that if not both of these applications will be successful. We just submitted it a couple of weeks ago at the end of October, and Cal OES has not provided a timeline as to when they will be releasing decisions for this program. But based on the timing and how that worked out for the Public Safety Power Shutoff program last year, I similarly would expect a decision sometime in, maybe around February, beginning of March of next year. It'll probably take them a couple of months to work through all of the applications that they received. And so that is what we have worked on in the last couple of months since we last spoke. And we also do have several applications that are in progress. So these are either applications that are for upcoming programs where we are tracking them and we'll be getting ready to apply for that as soon as various programs open, or for other projects that we know the deadlines that are coming up, and we're actively working on those applications. And so the first of these that we expect will be the closest deadline is for the Arts and Cultural Organizations General Operating Relief Program that will be opening up later this month from the California Arts Council, which is the main agency in the state of California that funds and supports organizations in the arts. And so for this year, they have reorganized. Typically, they do their annual grant programs are typically open in the fall, and they have a variety of programs to support different kinds of programming efforts. And generally, they would be expecting applicants to be proposing new programming corresponding with whatever individual grant program they're applying for. But this year, given the circumstances and given how much arts organizations across the state are hurting and facing challenges just with their general operating, with their general day-to-day operations, the Arts Council will be having a streamlined program that is providing general operating support for arts and cultural organizations, and you'll be able to apply for up to $30,000 in general operating relief. And so we've spoken with the Department of Parks and Recreation about this opportunity, and the plan is to apply for the Selma Arts Center. And if the city was to be awarded this funding, it would pretty much close the gap in general operating funding, or the shortfall that the Selma Arts Center has experienced over the last several months. To my knowledge, that's about a little over $20,000 is what that shortfall is. And so if the Arts Center was able to receive this funding, that would go very far in helping to close that current funding gap. And like I mentioned, this application will be available towards the end of this month, and we expect that it would then be due possibly not in December, given the holidays and everything. So that might be challenging. So probably I would expect that the deadline is going to be sometime in January. And so that's one that we are keeping an eye on, and we'll be working with Parks and Rec on this application over the coming weeks. And then from there, the next one will be for the statewide parks program for round 4 of the program. And as you all will recall, the city was successful in their application to this program last year during round 3. So Richard worked with staff on an application to construct the new Rockwell Pond Park. And we were very excited that the city was awarded $4.4 million through this program earlier this year to construct the new park. And this year they will be, they being the Department of Parks and Recreation who administers this award, will be issuing or is in the process of administering the final round of the statewide parks program that is funded by the Prop 68 park bond. And so this round is going to be awarding the remaining $395 million that were allocated in Prop 68 towards the statewide park program. And that funding is set aside for creating new parks, rehabilitating existing parks, or expanding existing parks in critically underserved communities. And currently the plan is to submit an application for the renovation of Peter Ringo Park. And I know that the Department of Parks and Recreation and the Parks Director are working hard right now on doing some really great community outreach to inform the design that we'll be proposing for these renovations. And so as that process continues underway and is finalized over the coming weeks, we'll then incorporate that in developing the application, which will be due in March of next year, which was an extended deadline. About a week or 2 ago, the Department of Parks and Recreation sent out an announcement that they had decided to extend the deadline by 3 months. So it was originally going to be due December 14th of this year, but due to challenges around COVID-19, the agency has decided to extend the application period by 3 months. And so we'll be working on that application and hopefully be ready to submit well ahead of that deadline, because I think we were already in a very good place for having everything ready to go by next month. And so this will just give us more time to really make sure that the application is as strong as possible. And in a similar vein, the Prop 68 per capita program is also funding that is available for carrying out improvements to parks. And so for this, this is an allocation-based program, and the city is eligible for a total of about $193,000 in park funding through this program. And based on our discussions with the city's Parks and Recreation Department, there are still discussions happening as to what the best use of these funds will be, and determining which of the city's best parks, or which of the city's existing parks will have the highest need and will represent the best use of this funding. So we do have some time to work on that and to finalize that. So the resolution for the application needs to be submitted to the Department of Parks and Recreation by the end of this year. And I know that the city has already adopted the authorizing resolution for this, so that is ready to go. And then we have until June 30th of 2021 to submit the remainder of the application, which is basically a budget outlining how the funds are going to be used and what specific improvements to recreation amenities in an existing park or to a new park that you will be doing with the funding. So we await that further direction and look forward to working with staff to complete that application and submit it and make sure that the city gets its funding for the per capita program. And lastly, we have, this is one that we also talked about a little bit last time that we were here with you all, which is the U.S. Economic Development Administration's Public Works Program. So this is a federal program that provides assistance to economically distressed communities to support construction, non-construction, planning, technical assistance, and revolving loan fund projects. The program accepts applications on a rolling basis, and they are reviewed quarterly. And the program did also receive an additional $1.5 billion through the CARES Act that was authorized earlier this year. And that $1.5 billion was basically divided and distributed across the 6 regions that the program uses for reviewing applications. And I believe our region, which is the Western region, got over $200 million beyond what they'd get in a typical year because of the CARES Act funding. And the plan is to apply for the Northwest and West Sewer Areas project. This one, it's taken us a little bit longer to be able to move forward with the application just because of what the application requires. So there is further pre-application planning, including an engineering report and substantial progress on the environmental so like the CEQA and the NEPA for the project that needs to be done before we can be in a strong place to apply, because of how the application is set up and the environmental narrative that it requires. We'll also need to finalize more of the partnerships. So this includes partnerships with private companies, which would be the ones that we expect would be coming in and creating the jobs, which is kind of at the heart of the program is, investing in these communities to bring high quality jobs and to bring economic opportunity through those jobs. And so based on our conversations with the regional representative for the program, generally for an application to be competitive, you need to be able to demonstrate, again, through your partnerships or through the support of private businesses, you need to be able to demonstrate that your project will create at least 300 jobs, and generally they want those to be higher paying, high quality jobs. And so I know that's something that needs to be finalized and make sure that we have enough of these private businesses to sign on to the application, and each of them basically indicating how many jobs they expect to create so that we can include that with the application, as well as the match funding. So this is a program that requires a minimum of a 20% match, and that pretty much has to be a cash match. They say that they accept in-kind match, but the kind of in-kind match that they accept, it needs to be, in-kind where it's contributing to the actual construction cost. So it's, other in-kind funding sources will not weigh as heavily, will not really help towards meeting that 20% match requirement. So that's something that I know needs some further discussion and finalizing what the sources of that match will be, again, because it basically needs to be cash. So that's one that we look forward to continuing to work on. I know this is a priority for the city. And so I think with some focus and again, working on some of that pre-application planning, we look forward to getting an application submitted for this program. And just kind of briefly to round off, looking ahead, we are excited to continue to work with the city and continuing to research and pursue grant opportunities that are consistent with the direction provided by you all, by the City Council, as well as by the city manager and staff to make sure that we are pursuing all of the funding priorities for the city. And I know that right now, given all of the fiscal challenges that cities across the state are facing, pursuing funding sources from as many places as possible is something that is going to continue to be a priority. So we're here to support the city in that work, and we're excited to continue to work with you all. And with that, I would just like to thank you all for your time and happy to answer any questions that you might have about the work that we've been doing.
Thank you, Anna Karen. That was a lot of information. Is there any question for Anna Karen or Johan?
Got 4 of them. The first one is, well, first I want to say thank you for everything that Townsend has done for our city. Really appreciate having you as our grant writer. Watched you grow and be very successful in your partnership with the city. So thank you for that. The bike lanes, are those class 1, 2, 3, or 4? That grant?
I believe that they are all class 2, but I will let Johan correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct. They're all intended to be class 2, specifically with the Dinuba project. I know that there was the intention to make them class 2 now with the intention of upgrading them to the fully cordoned off, I believe, class 4.
Class 4, I believe, are the most protected.
Yeah, the most protected. So
oncoming traffic.
The intention for the third project, Dinuba Avenue, is to phase 1 put in class 2 with the intention to move to a
Seems
phase,
like there might be some room there to phase into class 4. Thank you.
Exactly.
Second question, the TOD funding, any qualifying projects for transit-oriented development type of funding this year with the Council of Governments?
Yeah, so for that, I know that's one that we applied to earlier this year and were not selected. We do expect that there will be a solicitation for that at the beginning of next year as well. And so that is one that we will be keeping an eye out with the COG for when they release that call for projects, and either resubmitting the same project that we did last year or working with staff and council to identify alternative projects. But that I know is a priority as well. And so we'll keep an eye out for that. As soon
that
as
sounds good. That's usually, I think, February, isn't it, when they
Yep.
call for those? Thank you.
That's right.
Number 3, any fire station grants out there to build fire stations? The city's in the market for that.
Yeah. I know that is an upcoming project. That one is a tougher one. That is something that we hope, as the budget, hopefully improves. There might be opportunities through state funding for that, but generally, grant funding as far as fire safety and fire departments in general. That at the federal level, really the biggest opportunity is through the AFG program, and that one explicitly says that it does not fund construction of fire stations, unfortunately. We've also been hearing rumblings that at the federal level, there might be a return of earmarks at some point in the not so distant future. So that could also be an opportunity to pursue other avenues of funding, even if there aren't grant programs that currently exist for that. There's other ways to go about securing that kind of funding for those kinds of capital improvement projects.
Thank you. Last question, the sewer line grants, that's exciting, that EDA Public Works program. Is that federal or is that state?
That's a federal program.
Federal. Okay, well, keep us posted on that one. That sounds really good, really promising. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, with that, thank you, Anna Karen. Thank you for all the hard work you guys are doing, and keep it up. And we look forward to your next update.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We look forward to being back here soon.
Thank you so much.
All right, you're welcome. Okay, are you guys ready for a break or continue?
Yes, let's take a break.
Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break, and then we'll proceed with consent calendar when we return. Okay. Is everybody ready?
Give me 1 second while I run and unmute the council chambers. Okay, Mayor Franco.
All right. I have 7:35 and we're going to reconvene from our break. And we are going to move on to our consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar category are considered routine. The complete consent calendar will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote. For purpose of discussion, any council member may have any item removed from the consent calendar and made part of our regular agenda. The council then can approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Is there anyone that wishes to have any item removed?
I'd like to remove items F and I.
F and I. Okay,
I'd like to make a motion to approve items 1A through E and G and H.
I'll second it.
okay. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Robertson,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Franco.
Yes. Okay, item F.
Item F is the award of that grant I believe we just talked about a little bit with the grant writer for a tobacco enforcement grant. And it says that $282,014 was awarded to the city for a dedicated police officer. It's a 3-year grant. Can the city actually hire a new police officer with this money? It's a 3-year grant. And can the PD officer actually do other pursuit, general law enforcement, in addition to reducing illegal tobacco use by minors?
The funding is for, sorry, that's kind of loud. The funding is for hiring an officer or some type of labor, but it has to be functionality around the grant program and how it's written. So it has to be tobacco related in that sense.
How do you have a report that you file at the end of every year for that, or how do you account for that?
Correct. There's a report that has to be submitted.
Is Selma planning on hiring an additional officer to be a tobacco enforcement officer?
So we're trying to figure out how to structure with Chief is coming on. He's reorganizing how he's going to get that program going. So he's looking into that right now and how that's going to work.
Thank you. Moving on to item I, that's the check register. I had a question on page 49, 76150, Department of Transportation, signals and lighting. Is that just traffic signals?
It's just a quarterly bill, yeah, for traffic signals.
Like maintenance, like a maintenance contract?
It's per the electrical for the streetlights.
Page 50, check number 76179, Luzminda Peel, New Village Pets, Second Chance Animal Shelter, spay and neuter. I just bring this up just because the city has been very generous in awarding a grant to the Second Chance Animal Shelter 2 years in a row of $1,500 to reduce the overpopulation in Selma, of especially cats. Has everyone seen the reduction in that? I know I have, and a lot of citizens have. You know, we used to have a lot of feral cat colonies. If you go through McDonald's, you may still see a kitty or two, or the post office. But the city has really helped the shelter, aided the efforts of the shelter to reduce that overpopulation of cats, and it's working. I just wanted to give a shout out to the city for the help with that through this grant. And New Village Pets is one of the veterinarians providing that service. That the TRP program, the trap release program. That's all I have on the check register.
Okay. And I have one, it's on the Cal card. And it's just for the, there's two 65-inch Samsung TVs. One for $1496.70 and then one for $1236.36. I just want to know, would that be paid under the Measure P fund?
Measure P has actually already been fully exhausted, so it's just coming out of the other funding mechanisms for the station.
Okay. So what funding did it come out of?
What is the abbreviation we use? So PDSA, just the standard state appropriation, the state appropriations as well as the money that we put in from the allocation in the budget.
Okay. That's the only one I have.
Make a motion to approve items F and I.
Second it.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Robertson,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Franco.
Yes. Okay. We have no public hearing scheduled, so we'll move on to item 2, which is our regular business. This was a discussion and direction regarding energy efficiency capital improvement project. I believe this was an item that we tabled last month to today, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this item was tabled. So on September 8th, 2020, Council directed staff to postpone the discussion on our energy efficiency improvement program. So at that point in time, it was, we were directed to bring it back to the second meeting in November. So to kind of just get a recap again of what this project was, we had a contract with NG to do an efficiency program, energy efficiency program analysis or feasibility study, if you want to call. There was multiple items that were identified where we can make some improvements. Some were some solars for different locations, installation and retrofitting of lighting, and also some EV chargers that were actually identified. Within the staff report, you can have you see multiple facilities and how they scoped getting that improvements done. So basically at this time, we'd like to go ahead and bring it back, reopen the discussion and look for further direction. So one of the proposals we have here are options: postponing project to discussion for a future date, termination of the project, or direct staff to start a bid process and refinancing options.
Okay, thank you, Isaac. You know, I'm gonna ask if council would consider just extending this table. We're very close to reorganizing the council, so we're gonna have new council members coming on pretty soon. I remember Mayor Pro Tem Guerra, one of her concerns with the last contract was she wasn't part of that discussion. So I don't know if you guys want to table this till first meeting in January or in December, but I think it would be respectful for the new, whoever gets elected, the new positions going on there. I think it'd be respectful to let them be part of this discussion, since this is a council-driven project item.
Or if we, let's ask staff. So if we direct the staff to start the bid process and review financing options, about what's the timeline on doing that?
So the feasibility study is already pretty much written. It was part of the report that we had from NG. It's more of just putting time together and putting the documents together and putting out the proposal. Usually like to have the RFP or the bid process out for at least a month. So, I mean, it could take us a couple months just to put it together and get it out and get it awarded. And then we'd also have to work with the new consultant because I know there were some conversations about how this will work here at this location, as far as whether it's going to feed the police station or if it's going to feed City Hall. So we had to kind of open that back up to reassess some of those situations.
You know, there were a couple of issues there. You know, one was we only had one bid. I think it's going to be important to bid this. I don't think anybody's disputing that we should go solar. We should do this. It's just how we do it and the financial metrics that we use to measure the success of that. One of those is whether we get the buildings that use a lot of energy covered. And on this, I'm still not seeing the police station, the new police station. So we may want to take a look at that at a future council meeting to see if the future council wants to include the new police station in that. And I don't have an issue with continuing it to the first council meeting of 2021. I don't know if it's appropriate for the first meeting, the reorganization, maybe January.
February?
Table it to, I think January would be okay.
That way you know where your finances at in February.
Well, we could look at in January, and then if we want to continue, if the finances are uncertain, then we can
You know,
continue it again. How about that?
I can make a motion to table this
Until January?
to January. And then you guys from there on, decide where they want to go from there.
Sounds good. I'll second
That-
that.
that- All right, so with that, but I'm going to follow with protocol, and since this is a regular business item, I'm going to open it up to the public for if anybody wants to comment on this item. City Clerk, is there anyone wishing to comment on this item or emails?
Hi, Mrs. Delgadillo, your line is open. Do you have any comments for council regarding this agenda item? I do not have any other callers on the line, and nor do I have any emails.
Okay. With that, I will close the public comment portion of this. I'll bring it back to council, and we believe we have a motion to table in a second to the first meeting in January. So I will ask for roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Robertson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra?
Yes.
Mayor Franco?
Yes. Okay. Item number 3, gift card program as part of COVID-19 economic recovery. Tracy, this is up for you.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Hopefully you can all see my screen.
I can see it.
All right. Just a couple quick slides here just to help me keep focused in the late hours. I wanted to share with you the progress made on the gift card program. We have evaluated the different programs that we talked about last time: Gift Bar, Giftly, and Yifty. Yifty seemed to have one of the better options as far as being usable by multiple vendors, particularly in our downtown area, and also the lack of any additional or hidden costs really with this program. It can be up and running in probably just a couple of weeks, if not sooner, as long as we can get merchants online and signed up for the program. I did speak to our neighboring communities that have or were attempting to implement a program. Clovis used Gift Bar, and they had a different experience with that earlier on during the pandemic, trying to get dollars directly into businesses by purchasing cards specifically for each of those individual businesses versus one kind of universal card that Kingsburg has gone with it, and is also the recommendation I have here for you today. The fees are very simple. There's just a minimal cost for a transaction fee, which is $1 for the transaction, and then a 5% fee on that, which is something easily that the city could cover. Asking for $5,000 to put into this fund that would cover those transaction fees and make it more of a straightforward purchase for anyone buying the gift cards. Thought that was best just to make it very transparent that if they're buying a card for $25, they're going to get $25 worth, and the individual is not having to worry about that transaction fee. The city will cover it up to a certain point. Not sure how successful, how many businesses are going to sign up. We did have a lot of interest as we walked around downtown, distributing masks and sanitizer and doing some other outreach. I had 11 businesses say essentially, yes, sign me up, or I'd be really interested in learning more information about it. So there is definitely some interest in our downtown kind of retail restaurant core here. One of the things I really like is the branding. We can brand this for the city of Selma, and we can keep it really focused on our community. And that will also help the gift recipient who gets a text message or also an email for this gift. They can see that it's a local item and it's not spam. It's not a trick on them. It's, people in our community promoting this, and they can always contact the city, contact the gift giver, and we can validate that it's a local program. I wanted to show you how simple it looks. The one on the left is me purchasing a gift card from the Kingsburg program. Copious amounts of emails notifying me that the card has been purchased and it's been delivered and it's been opened. And in the middle, you can see the text message sample of the Kingsburg gift card that they call the Dala dollars, and the Dala is the Swedish horse there, which I did not know that. I know that now. So it very nice and clean looking. The card you can see here, the image on the right, it gives you a card that looks just like a credit card number, expiration date, gives you the CV code, tells you exactly how much is on the card, and that will update as you spend it. So if you're using it digitally, that's one of the coolest features, that you don't have to call into a line and figure out what's left on this gift card. It's automatically going to do that for you. You can print out this card and take it into a retailer or restaurant or anywhere you like that signed up for the program, and they can type it in from the paper card also, or you can just show them your phone. It's right there. They make it really simple. So again, with our downtown outreach, we identified 11 businesses that would be interested in the program. The questions that we had was more about the time consideration for the business to sign up. And in looking at that, it's very minimal, and I'm happy to help walk them through. It's essentially just a test transaction that they will be invited to submit, and that will connect their credit card processing to the Yifty platform. And that way they can receive the payment, and Yifty can deduct whatever they need to from whichever account. And it's very seamless. It's super easy and user friendly. So I'm pretty happy with this Yifty platform, just as far as a very minimal startup cost for the city of Selma. And that's about it. These were just follow-up questions to what we had discussed at our last city council meeting. I did want to note that there is a BOGO option. It's a buy one, get one. That can be in any amount, and the funds from the city could be used for that BOGO amount. You can say, buy a $25 gift card, get a free $10 gift card, and these can be given separately as two separate cards. So someone purchasing this gift might be able to give more gifts. The amount of that is flexible, and also kind of seeking your input on how you feel about BOGOs and covering transaction fees. That's the only part that would really like some more input on. And tonight, just asking you to approve the city manager to execute the agreement with Yifty, which is there isn't a financial obligation other than to pay the fees that are outlined within that agreement, such as the restocking fee. If our BOGO cards expire and they have to return that cash amount to us, there is a slight restocking fee, but overall very minimal. And I will open that up to questions.
So these cards have expiration dates on them?
They can. They don't have to, but they can. Any card that is sitting inactive for 12 months or longer will start to accrue inactivity fees. So if you buy a card this December, you lose it, you never use it, next December, next holiday season, it'll start deducting $3. I believe it's $3 per month, every month that it's sitting inactive. So we will encourage people to use them right away. That's part of the program as well, is to spur the economy and help downtown businesses, help businesses across Selma really in bringing in those funds right now during the holiday season.
And on the BOGOs is the same thing, where they have it. You were saying that the second option the restocking fee, is that different? Or is that just, it doesn't matter if you buy one or if you got this, let me start over. I'm getting confused here. If you buy one and we offer the BOGO, the second card or the get one free card, that has the same restrictions or the same parameters as the original card?
Essentially, yes, we can put a different, I'm sorry, that one does have a potential expiration date.
Mhm.
So gift cards get a little tricky in California. If it's a gift card for a specific retailer, they never go bad. Those can stay around for pretty much ever. You know, the numbers are on the books with that business. When it's a multiple business program like this, that's where they have that inactivity fee of the $3 per month after the 12 months. With the BOGO, that inactivity fee is still there, but we can move that timeline up and just have it completely stop. And that BOGO card is only active for 3 months. So buy a gift card for $25, get a $5 gift card. It expires March 25th or whatever date you want to throw on it. With that amount, if they never spend that $5 bonus gift card, then there's a restocking fee on that gift card.
Okay.
I know that's a little bit of a complicated piece, but hopefully that made sense.
It did. Thank you very much. Any questions from council?
So big picture. First of all, I want to say thank you, Tracy, for working so fast on this because we just talked about it at the last meeting and really appreciate how quickly you jumped on this and examined options and did outreach and worked on that. And thank you to staff for assisting with that. Really impressive. Secondly, walk me through a sample. Take me through a customer. I mean, are the people who sign up for this, are they going to be the Starbucks and the Walmarts? Or are they going to be local restaurants, local retailers, local barbers and salons who hopefully will be able to open up as soon as we can get out of purple again? Walk me through a transaction.
Sure. Well, I will start with the outreach. Definitely going to target this to the hard hit businesses. That's our barbershops, like you mentioned, restaurants, our retailers who are typically the more mom and pops. I don't think this is going to be very attractive to the bigger companies because they'll have to go through their internal red tape to sign up for such a program and approve, forking over a little bit of an extra fee for credit card processing. It's going to be very attractive to our small stores that would like that extra free advertising, that would like to, cultivate that local business community. This is great for the Shop Small Saturday that's after, Black Friday that we should all be supporting. I think that's going to be very attractive to them. When someone wants to buy a gift card, they will follow the link from wherever they were pointed towards it. It could be a QR code on flyers that we print out. It could be a sticker in the window of the business. Could be just a link off of Facebook. They go to the Yifty site, they see a list of businesses and they see the City of Selma landing page, and they will make their selection of buying. Maybe it's a $25 with a BOGO deal. Maybe it's just, a $50 gift card. Maybe they want to buy 100 gift cards for their entire staff, for their holiday gift for this season to keep that money local. We can also, promote it a couple of different ways. So once they select their purchase, they just enter their credit card information to make a purchase online like you would any other way. You get email confirmations just like any other online purchase. The recipient, you can schedule the date that it's delivered. So if you buy it on, today, if you want to buy one today and have it delivered Christmas Day, you can go ahead and set that up. And you will get email reminders when they've opened it. So you can say, hey, I'm glad you got my gift. Enjoy some new winter socks. It's a very well communicated interaction between the purchase of the card and the use of the card. One of the cool things I think for the city is we can see where people are spending their money. We can see where the cards are being active, and the cards that are not active, they will send reminders to people who are not using their cards. They do get a once a month reminder to, hey, you haven't used this yet, go ahead and use it, which allows for plenty of time to confirm that, you know, your Aunt Sally bought you that gift card and it's not some spam text message you got.
Well, if I
When-
buy $100 in gift cards on the Yifty site, the city of Selma, which is the city of Selma site, can I use that full gift card amount for any of those restaurants, retailers, or personal services that are listed?
Yes, anybody that's listed, you can take that card number on your phone. Just when you check out, let them know I've got this Yifty gift card. They will all have received training and information on how to process that, which is very simple. It's just like a regular credit card. They'll just manually enter the numbers. If it's on your phone, you'll see in a couple of minutes the amount update to whatever your balance is left on that card. And then you can go down the street to the next shop and make another purchase and make another purchase, make another one. So you can have a whole day potentially shopping and eating with a Yifty gift card.
Will the chamber allow the city to approach all the members of the chamber to become businesses that are part of these nifty Yifty accounts?
I think Bob
is that
still
part of the
likes us.
outreach?
Yeah, absolutely.
'Cause they're
Absolutely.
your businesses right there that could be the ones
Yeah.
that where you could redeem the gift card. And then how is the city going to outreach to find the individuals who will actually buy the gift cards?
So that is a great question. That's always hard to find the audience, the buyers for the product.
Finding the customers.
This is the, you know, great avenue for Facebook, for all of those community groups that are on Facebook, for, you know, internally sharing that with our network of staff. You know, anybody can buy these gift cards. I think they're a great option. So the more we can collectively share and get the word out, it's the word of mouth that typically makes those sales better. But we'll start with social media.
How about that board at Floral and Whitson? That's always a good one. Always good
Yeah.
advertising there.
Yeah.
City
Yeah.
website, ad in the enterprise, I mean, just wherever we can get the word out, our Facebook page
Right. And
for
this
the city.
this amount of $5,000 I had.
99.
There you go. The other sign too. I guess just broadly, I was looking at this, the way and this kind of takes it beyond that, but I was thinking the city would buy a bunch of gift cards, you know, with CARES Act money from restaurants and salons and retailers who really need it locally. The who really need it, I get that's the part. Who does the city go to and who don't they? The city's picking winners and losers, but this, you know, the city could, that's what I was envisioning at first when we talked about the gift card. And maybe Merced did that, or actually it sounds like Clovis did that with one of their services, and it didn't work out so well, the gift bar. But how would that work? You know, if the city would buy, how is this program better than the city just going to Sal's and Max's and, you know, Rodolfo's and La Estrella, yeah, and the restaurants, and buying a bunch of gift cards and then just giving them out, you know, with CARES Act money? How is this program better?
And we could absolutely do that. Kingsburg, that was one of their strategies, was to mail out a sample gift card that had $25 loaded onto it to everyone on their business license list. Anybody that had an active business license, they sent out a sample, encouraged them to make holiday purchases of the Yifty card for their staff. And then also, if you would like to sign up for this program, you know, this is what it's like, and you can sample it, or you can give it away, or you can buy them for yourself, which I thought was a really great strategy. And I appreciate Kingsburg's partnership and openness with telling me about their program. So I hope that answered your question a little bit.
It does. Are these programs mutually exclusive, or could we do both? Could we do the gift cards for each business license recipient?
It sounds to me, if I'm hearing Tracy correctly, that was a marketing strategy that they used. They took the gift card, the Yifty gift card, and they sent it to the businesses and encouraged them then to use this program. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so they actually used this, and instead of just using the money to reduce the frictional costs, the city actually bought cards.
As part of its marketing to get.
City became like an
adoption of the
individual who
program.
was buying cards at the various businesses who have business licenses in order to stimulate the businesses that sign up for YIFTI to become a business where you can redeem these cards, as well as individuals, businesses who, will also patronize these businesses as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, so
Right.
this has a dual.
That's a fair
dual
assessment.
Ability of getting, more out there in the community.
So that's just taking the YIFTI platform and just extending it kind of creatively like Kingsburg did in order to outreach. I think that answers one of the questions that we're hearing about. How do you market? How do you develop the people who are offering, their services for the cards? And how do you develop a customer list of those who will actually buy the cards and go to those businesses that are eligible venues? And I would say yes. I would say that's a really good strategy, because the city, the city buys then. The city actually buys cards and sends them to people on a no obligation basis and gets them to use those gift cards. Wouldn't anyone, be more incentivized to use these cards rather than to sign up? I mean, that's a good way of getting them over the hump to try out the system, because going on a system and putting in your credit card information, there's a little friction there. There's a little hassle. That's a good incentive to go on if you get a free gift card. I'd like to look into that option.
So
If we go with this
So it's
YIFTI,
basically the cards are preloaded.
the city becomes the first customer to
Yeah,
buy those
they're-
cards and then
they're
sends them
preloaded
out to
cards,
everybody who
basically.
has a business license. Do we have a rough guesstimate of how many business license recipients we
11.
have and how much
11
that would be
signed
if
up.
we sent out $25?
These are the researchers that I don't have that information off the top of my head though, but we can get you that quantity.
Would it be timely to approve this program tonight to set up the platform and then bring that back at the next council meeting? That information back to expand on that? Or
I think.
could we
if we're-
decide to just do that, go forward with that? I think we probably want to see the costs on that.
Well, I think the $5,000 that's being requested would likely cover it. We could pick an amount that
Okay.
fit in that.
You could
say
either do 15,
$20.
25, so you would
So-
just make that amount fit in the 5,000.
Later on, modify the,
So they would take the 5,000 and they would make that fit with the number, they divide it by the number of business license recipients and send out gift cards, as many gift cards as that number, right? If we have 100 business license recipients divided by 5,000,
Actually, I think we would also still want to have funding in there to, if I'm hearing this correctly, we're going to do the mailing to market the program and still get businesses to sign up to be part of the program through the holiday season, maybe into the new year. So we'll do the direct mailing, the purchase and the direct mail to the business license list. And then we would also be signing up businesses to participate in the program. So I think we'd want to still maintain funding for marketing and outreach for the purchase of the business cards and for the waiver of the fees to anybody that participates. So I think we could break that up.
do we know how, I mean, that's the next number though. That is a variable. We don't know what that's going to be. We know how much it's going to be to send gift cards to X number of business license holders, right? How much are you going to, I guess it comes down to how much you want to set aside for the marketing cost to pay those transaction fees. So people, when they buy the gift card, they just buy a gift card. They don't pay that little 2 to 3% override on that everybody else does for gift cards. That makes it attractive.
You could give us a direction to proceed, not to exceed the $5,000 amount. We could get started and give you an update at the next meeting.
Well, is that enough? I mean, is that enough to stimulate this?
So we have
5,000?
We have
Is that a good number?
approximately 350 business licenses, as I'm looking really, really quick from an old list. So about 350 license holders, if we do, $10 a piece, that would fit within our $5,000 budget. If you wanted to give a more substantial gift to the business license holders, I think that's where you might want to consider a little bit higher amount.
I don't know if 10's going to do it. Is 10 going to get people on there to sign up and do all this? Or would it take 25? Kingsburg did 25, right?
Let me check here. Yes, they did 25.
Did they do every business or did they do certain types of businesses?
Yeah, that's one thing we may want to consider because, I mean, there's some companies out there that are not going to have a structure like this, right?
Yeah.
You really want to focus it down. That might get that number right to where your core area is, and it'll help you spread that money a little bit better too as well.
Yeah, they did send it to, it sounded like everyone on their business license list. I think because it does have, or their strategy included that, buy it for your employees as a gift option. So if you're sending it to, Harris Ranch or something like that, they're not going to be a location to sign up for the use of the card, but they might be a generous employer that wants to buy a couple hundred cards.
Well, then that's what you want to target too, right? This is to develop the folks that want to buy the cards as well, and we'll go through that. So that's why you're going to send it to Harris and Walmart and Starbucks, right?
Yeah.
And some of these bigger companies that have their own gift cards don't have an
Exactly.
interest in that.
Yeah.
If we did $25 for 350 businesses, it's $8,750, and round that up to a $10,000 program, and we can get started.
I would say we round it up to
Yeah.
10. We've got the money.
Yep.
We've got an additional 250,000 for CARES Act, that was offset, right, in the general fund by the first responder money that went towards. So I think that would be my preference. If we're going to do this, let's do it right. Let's make it work. Let's not do half measures, and 5,000 is enough to just kind of get started. And since we have the CARES Act bucks, why not? And it ultimately it's going to put more money in our businesses. And look what's going to happen now. Going back into purple, the restaurants are going to have to do takeout and curbside. Hair salons are going to have to close except for outside. Churches are going to close. I think this is the time. This is the time we do this to stimulate as much as we can. To give it a chance.
Yeah, these gift cards with giving your number over the phone for a takeout order is almost perfect. That's something every pizza and restaurant has done typically anyway. So I think it would definitely help our restaurants.
Do we make a motion? I can make a motion to increase it to 10,000.
I would second that. I would make
All right.
a motion to approve this program,
Yep.
modifying it to the 10,000. Is that what Mayor Pro Tem Garris
You,
said?
you can make a motion to adopt the resolution that's before you as amended to increase the appropriation from 5,000 to
1,000 to 10.
10,000.
Okay.
That will do
Okay.
the trick.
My second.
Okay, we have the motion. Okay, we have the motion in a second. And before we vote on it, I'm going to open it up to public comment.
Mrs. Delgadillo, your line is open. Do you have any comments for council regarding this agenda item? I have one email, and that is from Mr. Will Goldbeck, and he's stating we can call it Bear Bucks, even though it's not high school. No further comments. Mrs. Delgadillo, your line is open. Do you have any comments for council regarding this agenda item?
I do. What I was trying to say earlier, I didn't unmute my microphone, but I want to shop in a city that is safe and a city that opens in the evening hours. And I also think that if businesses were open in the evening, I think more people would shop downtown and we would use these cards. And I think that if we can change Selma and make Selma not rank as 71 of 100 of the most dangerous cities in America, you're going to have a lot more people out and about and more children out and about shopping. But when our ranking for safety is ranked as being on the list of the 100 most dangerous cities in America, and that was as of 2019 by the National Council for Home Safety and Security. I'm concerned about having young teenagers shopping in the city when it's unsafe. I was one time accosted by a crazy guy carrying change with my little sisters, and that was years ago. I'm 58 years old, and I believe I was 12 years old, and that occurred here in Selma. My mom was walking. She walked all over the city. My mother never drove a car, and she was attacked, and she fell and landed on her purse, and the person that was trying to take the purse from her couldn't get the money because she was on top of it and she would not let go. Well, that money had St. Joseph's money in her purse, and she was walking it over to the church. And then it didn't help that the Selma Enterprise put her name down as walking with the church's money. Then everybody knew my mother was carrying money walking to the church. So, things like that, you want to be safe in your city, and you want to be able to go out shopping and carry cash sometimes. And I think it's a great idea, but again, I want to be safe when I'm out shopping in my city. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your comments. Is there anyone else, City Clerk?
Mayor Franco, that's all the callers and no further emails.
All right, with that, I will close public comment, return it to council. I believe we have a motion and a second. And with that, I would ask for a roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Robertson,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Mayor Franco.
Yes. Okay. Item 4 is another continued item, consideration of a resolution approving a request to enter into an agreement with Vanier Construction Management Incorporated for project management of the Rockwell Park project.
Mayor Franco, members of City Council, just a refresher. On October 5th, 2020, the City Council continued this item to the next meeting and directed staff to meet and discuss with the developer of the Selma Grove and Vanier Construction Management on concepts for the city's grant for the Rockwell Park project. At the October 19, 2020 City Council staff reported, we had made contact with the Selma Grove developer, and he had asked for at least 30 to 45 days of working with the city on the concept of that park. And we're actually in kind of in the middle of the 30 to 45 days as of tonight. Again, the City Council had tabled this item to tonight to November 16, 2020. On Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020, we forwarded an email as per the developer's request of the concepts that were drawn up in 2015 and in 2018 to him. And we'll be following up with the developer to see where the timeline is for those. I do want to make sure you know the developer is online tonight. Per the city's grant, the city has a deadline of May 2024 to complete this park project for the receipt of funding. We are recommending that City Council would consider approving the agreement with Vanier tonight. With an approval, city staff and Veneer would begin to move forward with many of the preliminary steps of pre-design, design, and construction. And also, city staff and Veneer would continue to work with the developer to look for mutually beneficial development opportunity between the park and the commercial development. By approving the agreement with Veneer, it still would allow us to move forward with no delay, and at the same time allows for us to coordinate efforts so that we could have a synergy between the commercial development and the park. Got to open up for questions. I know Jerry Avalos also with Veneer is online also.
Any questions from council?
Have we heard from the developer who's online about the project? About this timeline of his drawings, his concept?
All right, what I'll do is, Cliff, you like to share your thoughts on this item? You need to unmute, Cliff.
Trying to unmute.
Oh, there you go. We can hear you now.
There you go. Good evening. It's my pleasure to report into the council as to the status of the development drawings. We, first it took a little bit to get everybody organized. We've got our planner and our architect on board. And I have a Zoom meeting tomorrow to review the first draft of the layout, which I'm looking very much forward to. And with respect to this plan, I would share with you that I think that it's important to have a review by the council and a feel for the plan and how it's going to integrate with the center before bringing on any construction management team. And at a concern for economics, I bring that up because I think that it's important, as you heard Mr. Stite say early in the evening, he referred to an RFQ as well as an RFP. And here in this case, the city has been blessed with a grant. And I think that it's very important to be sure that the layout is tangible and a part of the RFP that's sent out by the city. They should be asked to not only review the drawings, but to comment as to their approach to the design development, their approach to bidding. And I would even ask for a narrative specifically of what they would do to bring in, to comment on the funding relative to the drawings and what they would do to bring it in on budget. Outside of that, I will be very pleased to present to the council our drawings as soon as they're complete. And at this time, I'd like to share with you, when I was in Los Angeles, we laid out the drawings that were mentioned by Mr. Kirshner, told him that there was community input, and described what I've learned, what I've heard, discussed both drawings. We had some discussion further about how to maximize the synergies between the municipal park and the development. And I assure you, we have some very qualified people in Los Angeles that are working on this. I'm happy to answer any questions. And I also submit my opinion as to whether or not and what the good timing may be for the procurement of a manager.
Cliff, when do you estimate your drawings being ready?
The plans?
Yeah, that you're
Tomorrow,
working with.
yeah, tomorrow after after we review them and have a discussion, my intention, they'll probably go one or two more rounds, and I would suspect that they'll probably be done in the next 3 weeks before Christmas.
All right. Any questions from council?
Well, just a comment. I think with a $4 million project like we're embarking on, it makes sense not to put the cart before the horse and to have a concept before we move on with a project manager. We're kind of moving on with a project manager before we actually have a project. And that could be financially a problem for the city down the line. Why not take the steps logically and do them in the right order and get that concept that we look at first, and then look at the project manager and hire the project manager for this park, our first park in 31 years. We have to do this right. We have to execute, and I think we have to take these steps sequentially, and that starts with the concept of the park itself.
Jerry, you have any comments on this? Lanier?
Yeah, Cliff, on this, you said 3 weeks. Is there a possible to do it sooner? Is there within maybe 2 weeks? Is there a way there, Cliff?
Well, I can certainly ask tomorrow. If there's some underlying reason for that, I'll do my best. However, I want you to know that when I was in LA, we spent all day literally nonstop, and my focus is to get it right and present something that's going to be appreciated by the community. And so, other than the difficulties of coordinating 4 different people in Los Angeles, that's taken all the time, but I'm not in a hurry. But at the request of council, I'll do my best to make whatever time frame you see fit.
Vanguard Construction, do you have any comments that I can make?
Yeah, I have one more comment to you, Cliff. Cliff, if you can, the reason why I asked you that, Cliff, is there a way, the reason why I know there's times issues here, but at the same time, we could probably, if you can get them done, we could probably have a meeting. Or whatever, it's gonna be tough.
The important thing is it's a $4 million project.
I know,
It's May
I don't like
2024.
to.
I don't want to speed. I don't want to
I
rush something.
I know
just to rush it.
I get it.
Right.
We want to make sure that it's right, and it sounds like that they're going to be. This is going to be a serious concept.
Because I want to make sure that,
I'd like to
he's got a big project as well, and I want to make sure
Councilmember
I
Avalos,
understand the money aspect. I get it.
I'd like to respond if I may, when appropriate.
Go ahead, Cliff.
Councilmember Avalos, I think that I understand the excitement trying to move this forward, but I'd like to comment from this perspective. When the discussions that I had in creating an environment that's interactive with the shopping center, and many of you have heard me talk about that. I think that it's important to follow, not that they're prescribed steps, but there's some logical steps to take. And I think that when we bring the drawing before a council, there's going to be many perspectives and many opinions. And I'm anxious to do that, but I think that it's very important to have the opportunity to look at it, to study it, and to ask questions. And I'm not bringing it to council without the expectation of doing some changes to meet the needs, the needs of the city, and to meet and to be responsive to different opinions at City Hall. And that understanding is going to go to the success of how these two developments interact. And I think that that understanding and the thoroughness of that decision-making process is going to help mitigate the risks of change orders and whoops, we forgot this, we want to add that. Because I can tell you, being in this business all my life, the post-contract change orders get quite burdensome when it comes to cost. And I think that there is 4 years. By no means am I suggesting burn the 4 years and take your time. But I think in this case, another month, 2 or even 3 months to be real sure that it lays out, that it works. Then going to my point, when everybody's satisfied that you have a plan, then when you go out to bid for a general contractor, a construction manager, or whatever the arrangement may be, you have criteria, you have specifications that are specific and make it more certain when you ask somebody, can you bring it in on budget? And I think that I agree with Mr. Robertson that in taking the appropriate steps and not getting the cart before the horse will mitigate, I'm not going to say the risks of cost, but it will certainly give you a much more methodical approach, and therefore maybe the means of getting a more competitive price. It's hard. I'm going to give you an example. I've been working on another project, and we went out to preliminary bid early on, and actually went out too early, and without having enough detail, we got back prices that were crazy. And once we circled back again and gave people more information, the prices came into line. So I hope that clarifies and helps Mr. Avalos a little bit.
Thank you, Cliff. I appreciate that comment. Okay.
Sure.
All
I have
right.
a question for Cliff. Cliff, so you're saying about 3 weeks?
Yeah, don't hold me to it, but I'm estimating 3 weeks. I have a Zoom call tomorrow.
Okay.
Hopefully I'll see the first go round, and I paid for 3. 2 before we come to council and 1 after we come back from council.
Okay, I have Vanier Construction. Do you have any comments or thoughts you'd like to share with council?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members. You know, the only input I would provide is that, you know, we are not a construction firm. We are not designers. We're solely owner representatives. And bringing us on board is not, in my opinion, putting the cart before the horse. It's really providing the expertise that we provided, for example, on the police station, where we saved you $4 million. We helped you get it back on track and get it moving forward. So, you know, again, we're not contractors, we're not developers, we're not designers. We're simply owner representatives being here to work side by side next to you, to provide you professional opinion based on our estimating, scheduling, park experience, and general construction expertise. So, you know, it's just like we provided you the services for the police station, which was successfully turned over and opened, and now is operational. That's simply all we do. So we're not trying to provide any opinion on what the concept should be or how it should be. We don't necessarily have any dog in the fight, so to speak, for how it's going to look. We just want to be your representative and be able to provide responses to any of your questions you may have as you're going through the process, and help you facilitate going through the challenges that you may face, which could result in, you know, estimating the project, potentially helping you with scheduling, you know, any of those types of real impactful questions that you would have going forward. That's all I would have. Any questions?
Thank you, Jerry. Any questions for Vanier Construction? Okay, at this time, I will open it up to the public if they wish to comment on this agenda item 4.
Hi, caller ending in 145. Your line is unmuted. Your line is open. Please unmute your line by pressing *6. Do you have any comments for council regarding this agenda item? Mrs. Delgadillo, your line is open. Do you have any comments for council regarding this agenda item?
Yes, I do. Thank you. You know, I think I'm kind of confused because originally I remember reading that 28 acres was going to build a sports park, and it would be at the Floral and the D Wolf west side of the town. And the consolidated district owned the property, and there was 7 acres, and we were denied funding by Prop 84 is what I remember. And I think that this park could be successful if it has the walking trails, the biking trails at the top of the basin. And that whole area floods. And I remember reading that much of that property floods. So we couldn't have fields with football and soccer in the areas where we're going to have flood during the rainy season. And it's going to lack use if it doesn't have those facilities available for the sports. And we haven't had a park since the 1980s, the middle of 1980s, when we got Schaefer Park. And I know Prop 68 in funds and the transient occupancy taxes are available for the park. And I think that we should get a grant with water conservation and fund it that way, because I think that the conservation of water is critical here in the valley with all of the farming. And I know that 2 football fields are proposed and soccer fields, because we have 812 kids signed up for soccer. But I understood that the county was going to put a juvenile hall facility next to it. And what has happened? What is the county going to do with that property? And then Mr. Tutilian, I remember you mentioning that the maintenance cost and for the disrepair, and so we don't attract homeless people to the park, would be vital. So there's quite a lot in this packet when I was reading it. And we do need a good park for the kids, though. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts, Vicki.
Thank you.
It's a question for the developer, Cliff Tutilian. Looking at this through the reflection, the prism of a park project, what's the difference between an owner representative and a general contractor on a new park project, Mr. Tutilian?
Well, the general contractor is the company, takes the drawings. If it's a full bid set, which I imagine in this situation it would be. On the other hand, the city could choose to go design build. In either case, the contractor takes the drawings. If it's a bid build, there'll be a complete set of drawings, and they'll bid out all the components, the grass, the irrigation, the electrical, the paving, the compaction, the grading, and they'll bid and they'll propose scheduling and everything that the gentleman mentioned, and forgive me, I don't recall his name, that they would oversee in being hired by the city as the owner's representative. The owner's representative, and depending upon the arrangement between the city and the owner's representative, and the general contractor, the agreements can come in different forms and formats. And what I was alluding to earlier is, from my own experience, you folks should have the drawings so that you have something specific to assign to the owner's rep and or to the general contractor, whichever direction pleases the city. And have I answered you?
You did. Thank you, Cliff. Appreciate the distinction there. So it just seems what we're hearing is, what I'm hearing is we need to have that concept of the park itself before we move forward with the project manager of the park. None of those services that I heard from Mr. Avalos would necessarily precede the concept of the park, but would go along with it.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, if I could just add to the discussion that there are some, before we can get the concept. I understand the council would like to see a concept that Mr. Titelian is bringing forward. And we are wanting to look for those synergies between the two projects. Understood. There are some things that we are needing before that, and that is why we did go out to RFP for a project management firm to assist us. There's soils work that needs to be done. There needs to be assessment of the property that we are looking to acquire. There is some budget formation work that needs to be done. There's infrastructure, research, and analysis that needs to be done. And all along the way, we can be looking for the synergies between the two projects. We need a point person to assist us with that. And that's what we were looking for a little earlier on than the design phase.
Fair enough. I understand your rationale, city manager, but at the same time, there should be synergies similarly between the concept and the
Understood.
project manager. So those should be in sync as well. And having one before the other is, in my opinion, not following that course of action and taking one out of sync. For instance, if the concept comes back and the city sees that, the city council and the city administration sees that maybe we don't need 28 acres, maybe we need 24, maybe we need 32, then that would change the scope of the project manager's job as well, in my opinion. So I think it starts with the concept along with the owner representative and the project manager, but not one before the other. And that's why I think you've consistently heard from us that we need to have one and then we need to have the other. But we don't need to have the project management before that. And that's why if we're hearing that this project, this concept is going to be here delivered within 3 weeks, that's exactly the time of the next meeting, right? So if we have that, what's another 3 weeks when we've waited 31 years for a park? Let's do it right. And let's, in my opinion, let's have that project concept at the next meeting, and then we can decide on the project manager as well after we've had a chance to digest that.
I'll tell you what, Scott, I'll tell you what, I'll tell you, I hear both sides. I get it. What if we table it? We table this to the next 3 weeks. And by then he'll have the concept and veneer. I mean, together, to me, I feel like these guys need to work together because they're to get I hear what Cliff's telling, and I hear what he's saying, but in the long run, they got to work together because it's gonna be a joint effort down the road, regardless. The park, the shopping center, the hotel, it's the design stage itself, you know, and I think, you know, I see what he's trying to say, both of them trying to say. And I'm willing to table this, you know, for our next.
We could continue it till the next meeting and with no guarantees that at the next meeting, if the concept
least by then
shows
we'll
a
have a-
departure, you know,
we'll have
from
a-
the plan, then maybe
Well,
the current project management,
this way,
you know, design, the
Because, you
current
know-
project manager may not be a fit, but it may as well.
Well, I
But
mean,
I don't think we can really evaluate that fully as a
No,
council with
not-
administration's blessing if we don't look at the concept as well at the next meeting.
yeah, and I'm not saying that Vanera he did a good job on the police station. You know what I mean? But at the same time, these are two entities, you know, a park, you know, shopping center. We're going to tie them together. Unfortunately, we're going to tie them together. And I need both these guys to maybe sit down, and talk, and show their plans, maybe, you know, have a concept together.
That's all we're saying, is that we just need to see both of them at the,
Concept, you know,
same
concept.
time, rather
way they
than
have a
having
concept.
one go off without the other,
Without, you know,
with
that
no
way they can-
guarantee that the two will be
That way they can work out the
eating
statistics.
and working together. I think that's a really
I believe
important
working together, Scott.
concept, to have the two working together. And that's not really achieved by having one start before the other.
I'm willing to make a motion
May I
to
say
go.
something?
I mean,
I have a
fine
quick question. Just,
till the next meeting.
I want to throw another wrench into this loop here.
Wrench?
We're well,
Wrench.
it's going to be a wrench. I got to be the bad person.
Wrench? Okay.
But we're looking at 3 weeks. We're probably going to be doing a reorg, right? So again, we're talking about, we might have new council. So I believe it's only fair that we bring back the entire project, bring back the 3 other project managers and let our new council decide if they want to use Vanier.
Mayor, council members, we can certainly we've done the research and have brought to you a recommendation. It is the council's decision. The next, if you want to have the new council look at the concept and then make a decision on the contract, that is the agenda item. Our recommendation, after vetting them, we can certainly answer more questions that council has about the vetting process. We can give the incoming council the background and do the staff report anew, if you will, to make sure everybody is working with all the information. So if at the next meeting you want to go through all of that and look at the concept, I think
it's only fair, just so that they don't feel that they didn't get to decide on this, because I don't want them to feel like I felt with Ingy. You know, I didn't bid on that. I wanted to see bids, and I feel it's only right for them to be able to see the same thing.
we'll be prepared to give that
Okay.
presentation.
And just looking forward, if the council would decide, however that council is constituted, that is not what the council wants to go forward in that direction, then there would be a rebid process. Is that correct? Because you're making your preference. The council couldn't just select number 2 out of the 5 or number 5 out of 5. You know, couldn't select another project manager that bid on the project. Or could the council do that?
Council could go either direction.
Okay. So the council could select another contractor to be the project manager, or scrap it altogether.
True.
Not have a project manager.
Right.
And go more for a design build contractor, like they're doing with the Fresno County Rural Transit Authority. But I appreciated what Mayor Franco said during the solar project, the first agenda item on this really long meeting night, that, you know, it would be fair to put it in front of the council that will have new members, since it's going to be a large project in scope that, you know, this council has really brought to this stage, but it's probably a good thing to pass that baton off to the next council to decide on, especially with a decision as weighty as whether or not to have a project manager and what the concept of the park is going to look like and how the city's going to move forward with that. So I'm good with the long-winded way of saying I'm good with continuing it till the next meeting.
You want, because I made a comment on tabling this issue. I'm willing to table it, Scott.
Would it be a table or a continue?
Means the same thing.
Same thing. Do we need a motion and a vote to continue?
No, you don't need a motion or a vote. If you want a specific date, are you suggesting
Get a specific
December
date.
7th?
Well, yeah, 3 weeks is our next council meeting, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Titelian has said 3 weeks for the delivery of
Think
his
it'd be enough
concept.
time? You think it'd be enough time for the concept? Cliff?
How about 1st January?
Would it be enough time for the concept?
I'm sorry.
The concept of your drawing, would it be enough time? 3 weeks?
Well, yeah, I thank you. That's a very good question.
Are you?
I have no inclination as to whom or what direction the city takes in the way of project management. However, I'd like to emphasize this. When I bring the drawings, it needs to be evaluated and there needs to be discussion and it needs to be digested. And as I heard from the dais a little while ago, it's necessary to understand what the project is, not only in its design, but its scope, so that you can have meaningful dialogue in deciding your underlying direction, whether, as Mr. Robertson commented on, whether it's a design build contractor or a project manager. I strongly believe that you need to understand what the project is first, because that's going to determine the questions that you ask and the manner in which, if the council chooses to go to an RFP. And I emphasize that because with the aspirations the city has in developing a large facility, that it's going to take a lot of money to build it, and therefore there's a lot of opportunity for cost issues to arise if you start the management process before you know what the project is. First, define the project. And if I brought it in 3 weeks, or if I brought it in 3 days, I believe the city should take the time to analyze it, make sure it meets the needs of the community. I have a clear understanding as what is involved. I heard the city manager mention soils tests. Yamabe and Horn's been all over the city of Selma. One phone call away and you can have your soils tests. But I wouldn't rush this because $4.5 million sounds like a lot of money, but it doesn't mean that the project won't cost more. And what do you do if that were to happen? And I'm talking about, and I don't mean to infer the company that's being evaluated is good, bad, or qualified or not. They did the police station, that's for you to judge. But I do emphasize the importance of understanding and defining the project, so you know what approach to take, so you have an opinion, and so that you know what questions to ask, to have the comfort level, and hopefully in a tangible way, know with confidence you'll bring it in on budget. Right now, we don't know. Nobody knows because we don't know what we're looking at. So I agree with the postponement, whether it's next council meeting or the one after. I suggest whatever it takes to thoroughly understand the project and have a discussion, a healthy discussion about the direction, I was asked about GC or manager. Maybe some research needs to go into that, because whether it's a construction manager or a general contractor, there's several different perspectives from which you can reach an agreement. And it's budget share, there's all kinds of different ways. And I think the first step is to have and understand the project. Let me give you one example. In my discussion and going toward DeWolf, you know that you can either approach the land where the park prospectively will be from the north or from the southerly part of the ponding basin. In the 2015 version of the park plan, it showed lots of circulation that went all the way around that pond from the south and the north. And part of my discussion, for example, was, excuse me, well, how do you make it circulate? So you're going to have two basic focuses. People that go to the sports, to the games and watch the children play, and those that want to go and just have fun, family time and picnic time. And there's going to be many that do both. So how do you make it user-friendly to all of the different mindsets? Well, that's going to affect your location of parking. It's going to affect how the orientation of the different fields are. And I'll be candid with you. Based on what I heard, we took a shot and I said, the majority needs to be soccer fields, but there needs to be some basketball courts. And after some discussions that I've had and just throwing an opinion out there, I said, let's draw 2 basketball courts and 2 to 4 baseball diamonds, but the majority of the focus is going to be on soccer. Now, that orientation, on one hand, well, somebody that's qualified can schedule anything and break down the bids the way they do it. But understanding the project and the least expensive way to build it and how to approach it and how to phase it requires the drawings. And I'm a firm believer that you need to have the drawings, and they don't need to be engineered. You don't have to have a sprinkler plan, and you don't have to have a finite grading plan, but you need to have drawings. And in order to get a real price, you may need grading plans, because one of the things that'll get engineered into this, if people can see my hands on the screen, you have at grade where the center is, and then you're going to have tiers, and it's going to drop. Well, in the ponding basin, your lowest elevation is going to be meant to hold water all winter long. Your second tier elevation, do you put fields out there? What if you can put a field out there and move dirt around, but yet it's very important to maintain the water retention capacity of the ponding basin. And so why talk about how to bid it and how to build it when you don't even know what you're going to build yet? And it needs to go in stages. And once we present the drawings, at the pleasure of the council, I don't propose that I have all the answers, but I can sure, at that point in time, that with whomever the city chooses, there should be maybe a committee set up or a selection committee, but it needs to be evaluated. Right now, who you hire and what they do is not as important as reaching a consensus on how much land you actually need to buy and what the project is going to look like in plan, and whether or not it satisfies the community's interests based on the input that city received from the community. I hope I've clarified.
Thank you, Cliff. Thank you for that. So
my pleasure.
Yeah, so
Do
what
you
I'm
guys-
hearing is that that plan is going to potentially modify the project management plan, and the proposal there could modify the scope of the project management scope of work for the city. That's what I'm hearing from the concept. And at the very least, the concept should come first, and then the project manager.
I think I understand the concept is something that everybody wants to see. I think our scope of work included going through that process. We can see the concept, the drawing to make sure. I think it's a great idea for us all to be clear what it is we want, what the vision is, because I'm hearing Mr. Titelian is talking about in the basin, some amenities maybe being in different tiers in the basin, and the city council has directed us to move on property that was affiliated with the grant that is not in the basin. So these are some really big differences that we need to clarify.
That was meant as a hypothetical to convey a point.
Right, so
And
the project management, if the project becomes, 24 acres instead of 20 acres, it just could be a different project to manage. I think that's the overarching idea here. So I think
and the location.
right, and the location, whether it's in the basin, which we know we can only have a limited number of amenities there because of the nature of a ponding basin. And on top of that, there's still going to be some modifications of that project management scope of operations. So with that, I mean, we can talk about it all night, but I think we should at least continue it till the next meeting and see if that concept or the January meeting. I mean, the January meeting might give,
more.
because if the design is only going to be ready in 3 weeks, everyone's going to be cold when they see it. If the design can be delivered ahead of that time and everybody gets a chance to digest it, staff gets a chance to digest it, then, I think that the preparation could be made so that a decision could be made as well at the January meeting. Vanier could see it, everybody could be on the same page, as opposed to just, here you go, here's the design, here's the concept, now decide. We can't do that. We need time for staff to digest it and look at it and parse it.
That way they can both look at it. Benair can look at it, so, Cliff, and they can,
So I'm good with continuing until the first meeting in January.
If I could intercede real quick, we need to make sure we consider the word concept, because part of the grant was in the pre-design. If we did hire a firm, part of the pre-design is to create that concept, but to have some community meetings so people could make comments, as you say. So I'm glad you're using the word concept, because we have to basically present a concept to the community and let them have some interaction and discussion too. So in the staff report, when you see if we hired a construction company, you see the pre-design. That was part of the pre-design where council and community got to have some input. So yes, we had 2 basketball courts and a walking trail, but maybe the community says, well, can you move it over here? So I think it's important that we continually use the word concept, and we haven't designed the park yet, just for the grant requirements.
Right, and that's the whole point of having a concept brought to the city council right now. We're flying blind. We don't really know what kind of park we're looking at or what kind of project to manage in this case. And that's why the concept is important to look at and maybe depart from. And I'll bet there will be departures. Like Cliff is saying, there probably will be major departures. There probably will be things that the city can incorporate and go back to the people with whose park this belongs to. This belongs to the people. So this is a very exciting time. At the same time, it's a big project, and we need to do it right, and we need to take the steps in the right order. And that means having the concept presented to stimulate our thoughts and discussions on this, as well as the public's. But that has to happen. So the question is, does it happen in 3 weeks at our reorganization, or does it happen at our first meeting in January, which is traditionally the second meeting in January, or do we have a special meeting in January just to consider the park concept? Because it's a big deal. Do we get together a little earlier in January, to discuss this? Because I know time is always of the essence. And, we've got the money so far on this, but, time is always very important. We got to use our time, manage our time effectively as well. And we also have to do it the right way. So I wouldn't be opposed to, meeting earlier in January, just on the park. It sounds like Mr. Titelian's going to have that concept in 3 weeks, and then the staff can digest it after that, and then can bring it to council for a workshop, a special type of meeting early January, where we can look at it and then vote on something at the second meeting, or the first actual meeting in January, which is the second meeting in January. But that gives the council time to digest it as well and discuss it to have a discussion on it.
I prefer a special meeting. I know it's 4 years sounds like a long time, but there's a lot of work to be done. So
okay,
I like the idea earlier in January.
I'm good with the special meeting in January's.
Okay. So we'll make a motion to till January, table it to
Till
January.
January, maybe circulate some dates. Raina could circulate some availability dates after the reorganization with the new council as to when they're
You
available.
could simply postpone it indefinitely for now.
Okay.
Direct staff to maintain contact with Mr. Chitelian here whenever he produces the plan. You want him to produce that to your staff first so that your staff can take a look at it and bring it back to the council, being able to describe for you what it's all about. So I would just say that you indefinitely postpone this particular item and just direct staff to set up a special meeting sometime in the first part of January. Consider whatever they've recovered from Mr. Titelian, and to consider appointment of Venair as your construction inspector.
I make a motion to postpone this matter indefinitely with a direction to staff to set up a meeting, a special meeting in the first part of January to look at the concept and to really understand it and review it before making a decision on the project management team.
Okay, and I'll second it for you, Scott, as well, just to clarify it, you know.
All right, thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Robertson,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Franco.
Yes. All right. And that brings us to departmental report, city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. And just give me one moment, please. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. The Fresno Council of Governments, the Policy Advisory Committee met last week, and among the important items that they brought up is the 2022 Regional Transportation Plan call for projects. So that call for projects opened up on November 2nd and must be submitted to the Council of Governments by December 16th. Staff this evening under Assistant City Manager Moreno's report, our engineers, Dan Bond, will also be able to give you a list of the projects that we are looking to put on that comprehensive list. We will also, that way you're aware of the things. We want to make sure that we are looking at everything comprehensively in the city that has to do with regional transportation. Another item is the Community Development Director. That position, we have had that open until filled. We have received 3 applications to date, and we'll be looking to invite the most qualified candidates to an interview. So we are still accepting applications. It's not closed, and that is ongoing. And then the planning project list we bring to you on a monthly basis due to the changes in the council. If it's all right with the city council, we'd like to go ahead and have that one, that next update at the second meeting in January. That's all right with council.
That's fine with me.
Okay, thank you. If there's any questions in the meantime, just I'd be happy to answer them.
I'm sorry, the Community Development Director, again, you've got 3 applications and you're going to make a decision on the most qualified.
An invitation to an interview.
Okay, just the next step.
Yeah.
City Attorney?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just a brief update on your interim urgency ordinance relating to thrift and similar shops. We're still in the process of evaluating other cities' ordinances out there that address this situation. But we have, we do have a concern about an undue proliferation of these sorts of stores, or a concentration of them in a particular area. So when we bring this back to you on December 7th for the extension of the urgency ordinance, we are very likely to include in that some additional measures that address the prospect of too many thrift shops in the same place, or too many thrift shops, period, which can take a number of different forms. So you'll be asked to essentially extend the urgency ordinance as well as add to it at your meeting on December 7th. We've already received one additional application for a business license. There are separated apart by a significant distance. One's in the Save Mart, old Save Mart shopping center. The other one's over here on, I believe, the corner of Hall and Floral. They are already separated, but we were just concerned about getting a flood of these things. Official urgency ordinance. We're just taking steps to ensure that doesn't happen before you have the opportunity to weigh in on it on
So there'll be conditions that will be placed on the thrift shops that we'll decide on at our December meeting.
For example, we will likely provide you with an additional provision that says you can't have these same types of stores within 300 feet of one another, or you could actually place a numeric limit on the number of those stores, as long as you made both of those provisions subject to change on an application for a conditional use permit, those sorts of things. But that's, I just wanted to update you on that process and let you know where we're heading.
All right, thank you. Thank you, City Attorney. Assistant City Manager, Mr. Moreno.
Thank you, Mayor. As the city manager mentioned, I want to go ahead and just turn it over to Dan Bond, our city engineer at this point, so we can go through the scope of what projects we're currently looking at to be submitted for the RTP.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Again, this is Dan Bond, city engineer. Raina, do you have that handout ready on the screen? Let's start with the list if we could. Perfect, thank you. So we've generated a preliminary list of projects to place on the RTP, the Regional Transportation Plan, which is essentially a laundry list of all of the projects that we foresee over the coming years that the city would like to achieve. So we want to put everything we can, everything that, whether it's a dream or an absolute need, we need to get it on the list now, because it can't get funded through these programs if it's not on the list. So we've begun preparing that list, and I'll kind of go through these one by one and invite you to question these, add to them, subtract to them, whatever the case may be. So start with the high priority bikeways and trails. That was the first exhibit, Raina, that you had up there. There you go. You can see on this exhibit, this is from the active transportation plan and depicts the various trail locations and types that came of the plan. And the highlighted yellow alignments are what were considered the highest priority in the group. So we have listed all of those on this ATP preliminary project list. Included Dinuba from Thompson to Orange, Thompson from Rose to Dinuba, McCall from Dinuba to Second and continuing on Second to Nebraska, and then finally Orange from Dinuba to Mill and continuing on Mill to McCall second intersection. So that essentially covers all of the highlighted yellow areas, with the exception, I didn't include the piece on Dinuba to the west of the primary part of the city there, west of Thompson, just because it is really not suitable for that sort of construction at this point, because of just the lack of development in the area. But between these projects and the ultimate Golden State Corridor improvements, it would create significant active transportation loops throughout the city and to major parks and schools. So that's what we have initially for the ATP bikeways and trails. Should I open for any questions now, or would like me to just continue on?
What are those classes of the bike trails? Are they class 1, 2, 3, or 4?
There are 4 classes. Yeah, and Randy, you're scrolling down there. Good. That we've got class 1 is the green, class 2 is the purple color, class with a bike lane versus class 2 with a buffered lane in the brown. Class 3 is a bike route in the orange, and then class 4 separated bikeway is the bluish color. So they vary in classes based on how isolated the bikeway and trail is from traffic. It can vary anywhere from an independent trail, such as the class 1, that's completely isolated from any traffic conditions, and then work its way on down to class 4, where it's simply a bike lane or bikeway on a major road.
The other way around. Yeah, class 4 is the separated, Dan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So the class 4 is ditch and orange. That's the only place we could put a class 4. I can't tell that teal color where that is.
Yeah, I think that and Golden State Boulevard is planned for that as well.
Okay. That makes sense. It would segue with the Golden State Corridor project, right?
Exactly.
Okay. And then it would hook up with Kingsburg's path?
The Golden State Corridor project would, yes.
Yeah. Okay. But this would go beyond that by actually having a bike. Could we have both? Could we have a trail that goes through Selma as well as a bike trail that goes up Orange and Ditch?
Well, yeah, the bike trail, we got a class 1 planned for the Orange Avenue. Ultimately, we would like to get that ditch piped so that we could have that separated bikeway there. In the interim, we could look at setting up some striping and things to actually activate that area as a trail, because we do have, a combination sidewalk and paved section along that most of that stretch. But it's not to the class 4 standard that you see on the active transportation
We've just
plan.
never been able to get a grant to pipe that area.
Yeah, exactly. That's been the detriment to the funding process is the costs involved and applicability of getting that pipeline undergrounded. Okay, shall we move on?
Yeah, please do.
Okay, Brandon, go ahead and go on to the second exhibit. Perfect. This is the second item on the project list. These are the prioritized sidewalks and intersection improvements, also an exhibit from the ATP. You see 8 basic areas that are identified as the primary areas needing sidewalks and improvements for just connectivity for pedestrians. We do have areas 4 and 8 that we are working on right now with a CDBG project. We won't cover 100% of these areas, but 4 and 8 will be heavily mitigated with the CDBG project that is we're getting ready to put out to bid in the first part of next year. The exception to that would be we didn't cover any area on Dockery in area 4, and a couple of small spots like on the top of Sheridan and north of Nebraska were not included in the scope in area 8. But these other 6 areas I have on the list to be added to the RTP as well, so that we can try and fully implement the recommendations of the active transportation plan. Any questions or comments on this slide?
No.
Okay, then we'll move on. Rena, if we could just go back to the list now, we're done with the exhibits. So next one on the list here basically is very much in line with the first 2. I suggested some sort of citywide ADA upgrade. Many of our ADA ramps are no longer standard. There's been many changes in the code over the years that have actually rendered them no longer ADA compliant. So again, many of the older developments are not compliant. There are many other things we could do with at signals, putting audible alarms in to help the hearing impaired, fixing again the ADA ramps, sidewalks with barriers, and various things throughout the city as a citywide ADA upgrade. I think would be a great benefit to meeting our ADA transition plan, as well as just avoiding potential liabilities on the city's behalf. And feel free to interrupt me anytime. I'll just keep moving on. Next item, Rockwell Pond roadway infrastructure. We've got this wonderful park that we're looking at and discussed in depth today. There's a lot of infrastructure that we're going to need just to get people to that park that will cost a whole lot more than what just the park or the park itself will cost. So we're looking at DeWolf will need to be rebuilt and widened. Great benefit would be have a bikeway of some sort to that location as well, including widening of floral and bike lanes on that stretch of road. Also included the potential land bridge as an item of discussion related to the park access from the Selma Grove site. CMAQ, we've been successful in getting grants in recent years on CMAQ projects for paving alleys. Anytime we have an alley that is not paved, is just dirt or gravel, we've been very successful being able to get grants to fund paving and drainage improvements in those alleys. I've identified 3 specific areas on this list between Young and Highway 99 from 2nd to Rose, pretty long alleyway on the kind of northeast side of the highway. South of Aaron's between Thompson and Mason, and then also between Cleveland and Shaft from Rose to Auto Mall Drive. Next item, railroad crossings. I know this was a big issue with the Golden State Corridor project. We had to phase the approach to Golden State Corridor because of the large costs involved in satisfying the railroad with respect to the active transportation plan. So the thought here was to look at that as targeting another project to actually provide ADA compliant crossings at railroad crossings throughout town. We don't have a single ADA compliant railroad crossing in the entire city at this point in time. And I think that would be a real benefit long-term for the city and its residents. Moving on, Highland and Golden State intersection. This is one I'm still looking at, but I just know this has been a problem intersection for some time. Its geometry is difficult to traverse, and I just thought we'd spend some time at least looking at that and seeing about what we can put together as a project to get on the list. Multi-point intersections. Let me explain that as an example. We've got our 5-way intersection at West Front 3rd, McCall, and just a very convoluted intersection with lots of decision points, and too many decision points is a recipe for accidents and problems. So identified 3 separate multi-point intersections here as possibilities to look at for making circulation improvements. And then getting into some bigger picture projects. Some of these are more pie in the sky, but definitely needed projects. the Dinuba interchange, the Floral interchange, the Mountain View 99 dual roundabout interim interchange. Then we have a couple of projects that have been on our list for quite some time, and I don't believe have hit warrants yet, and that's the signalization of the Second Street off ramps. Alphabet Street improvements, while it's not regional transportation, I wanted to get it on the list and look for opportunities to try and find ways to pave that part of the city, because it's in dire need and really falling apart. And one of the project that we're getting ready to bid is one of the first steps we're making towards getting the connectivity for residents on sidewalks, and that would have to be done as a part of the paving project. So we do that as an upfront measure in order to help the paving projects move along down the road. And then finally, listed 3 signalization projects. That's at Rose and 43, Nebraska and 43, and Saginaw and 43. That's not to say that all those are meeting warrants and ready to go now, but long term, I think those are going to be signals that we're going to need, and I want to make sure that we're comprehensive about our list and trying to anticipate future needs. So with that, I'll happy to open up to any questions, suggestions, or comments.
Yeah, I have a suggestion. Well, when I was on the walking the precinct, I noticed on Dinuba and Thompson, on the corner right there, I noticed we need a turning a turning lane, because I see quite a few cars when on the busy hour, they go around the car. The one car is trying to turn into on the subdivision, and the car behind him goes around that person and goes right in front of the other car. And I've seen a couple of cars almost got hit right there on Dinuba and Thompson right there. They need a turning lane on that area there, and also they also need a crosswalk for the kids that are going to go to the high school or the school, because they really can't cross that intersection. It's pretty dangerous, So I mean, I've learned that when you're working the campaign, you learn about areas that needs extra help, and that's one area that I think it needs extra help. And I'm pretty sure that if you look at some traffic records, I'm sure we have some accidents pretty well that can confirm that area. So I would take a look at that issue there, and it looks pretty good on the horizon. The question is, I'm going to ask you is on the McCall and Dinuba, the stoplight. When is that supposed to come about?
That project has already been awarded.
Yeah, it's already been awarded. What's the time frame on that one?
I'll have to report back to you on that one. That's under Joey's watch at this point, and I'm not fully in tune as to timelines, but I will report back to you on that.
Oh, okay. Because it's well needed, because it backs up real quickly. Trust me.
Yeah, last I knew, he was working with the county, and they had been sharing some concepts and various things going back and forth, but I haven't been privy to the day-to-day discussions on that particular item. While I've got you, on the Dinuba and Thompson, are we looking primarily at eastbound or westbound traffic issues?
We're looking on if you're going in from the subdivision, let's say you're coming down on McCall and you come down, you want to turn into that subdivision. You want to go to the high school, you can't, because there's a car ready to turn on the other side, and the car behind him wants to actually goes around that car.
Okay, so we're looking at westbound as our primary issue.
Westbound, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, because you need a turning lane there, because I seen too many episodes there. I drove it one day myself, and the car almost got me. And,
I will definitely
he went around the guy. He went around the car. Like the other guy was turning onto the other subdivision. This guy just drove right around him.
I will definitely take a look at that.
Yeah. And it's wide enough to do it. I measured it. We could do it.
I will take a look. It may be a project that we can take on sooner than later, as opposed to waiting for an RTP and large funding
Okay.
process, because that doesn't necessarily sound like a large project. It may be something that's much
Okay,
simpler.
thank you.
Mhm.
Now, how about the signalization, like kids crossing? We'll look at that too?
At the crosswalk, yeah, I'll look at that, it all collectively.
Okay.
Mayor and council, in addition to this list being used for the RTP, it also is what COG will be using for Measure C. So it is important that we include whatever we think regionally we need to look at.
Okay.
That would be
All
the
right.
next funding cycle of Measure C, right, City Manager?
Yes. Oh. Is that it, Dan?
Yeah, any other questions or comments?
No, I think we're good.
Okay, yeah, we'll be proceeding with costing on these various items so that we can program those into the RTP. And if anyone has any further suggestions, I'm you know where to get me. I'm open anytime.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Isaac, do you have anything else to share, or was that it?
No, that concludes my report. Thank you.
All right. With that, we'll move on to our Public Works Director, Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Real quick from Public Works. We are plugging away on our Christmas decorations downtown. We had a little hiccup with our forklift. It was taken out of service, so I was able to get a rental and make some alterations to our basket, our cage, and we're plugging away. Our goal is to have it done our original goal was to have it done by Thanksgiving, and we're going to stick with that goal. So if the guys are watching, you're going to be working extra hard this week. Also, I want to special thanks or a shout out to Alicio Zuniga from the Veterans local post. He and his group came up with the funding for retrofitting the lights there at the plaza. We're putting in new poles, new fixtures, new hardware, etc. We also met with the artist that's creating the statues for us there, discuss the size, the pedestals they'll be on, the platforms, where they'll be located, and come up with some plans for lighting. So that'll be phase 2 of the lighting for that project.
Yeah.
And that's all I have from Public Works. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Shane. Fire Chief.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I do have a quick update on the grant presentation from earlier. We did receive a notification on our FEMA grant that unfortunately we did not receive the funding. We unfortunately had so many applications. Typically what will happen is they'll provide you with some advice as to how you can improve upon your application, but they weren't doing that this year just because they had so many. So we'll be trying again in 2020 for sure. We started on the ladder truck. We started the pre-construction work today. We were supposed to travel last week to the manufacturing plant in Nebraska. Unfortunately, due to COVID, that was canceled. So we are doing it here virtually. And we spent the day today. It's working out pretty well. It's a little bit tedious, but exciting at the same time. We're picking every little light bulb switch, pretty much laying out the design of the whole truck. So that's exciting. With fire season, for the most part, winding down, I got a little report here on our activities. Everybody is back. Our last person that was out on a fire came back over the weekend. In total, we had 32 separate assignments that we worked on. That resulted in over 10,000 work hours. The brush truck went out 7 times. The state engine 4. On the creek fire, we sent an additional engine out. And then we had 20 single resource assignments. That's just a little summary. It was a unprecedented season, extremely busy. So that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Police Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. We more personnel stuff. We have our sergeant tests going on right now. Wednesday will be the written, and then Friday will be the oral board. And then we should know by Friday evening at 5 where they stand. And also our police commander is open, and it's open internally and externally. That closes Friday, and then our testing will be Friday, December 4th. So some big changes coming. I don't know if I said it earlier, but I should be coming back for another swearing in with sergeants and the police commander, possibly some officers, a few officers too, in January, maybe early February. Beyond that, Alicio Zuniga, he had an event Friday. I believe that's his residence on Evergreen, and it was a tri-tip dinner for first responders, which is pretty cool. The SPOA went out there and took photos with them and made connections for some future events with them, some where they're going to be helping kids. So it's a pretty good deal. And that's all I have.
Good
I had a
news,
question
Chief. It's
for you,
all-
Chief.
Yes.
There's like Councilman Avalos talked about when getting out on the streets canvassing, you see things. One of the things that I saw were a lot of speed zones, and neighbors had talked about people speeding in various areas like Mitchell and Fig on Barbara. What can we do as council members to be the bridge from the citizens who live there and have the problem with the speeding vehicles to you and the operations to curb that speeding? How can we address that?
I think just your contact by, and other issues. I know you've contacted me regarding speeding too, is very helpful when we know about it. Sometimes, since I've been here, I haven't seen a lot of complaints on speeding. Now we used to have, we do have motorcycles, and I guess at one time we put officers out. That's what you need to use for speeders. It's hard to set up a patrol car there with a radar gun. And I haven't seen it done here. I've seen it done at other agencies, but not here. But we have motorcycles. So if it becomes a big issue, then we can reactivate those. And I would like to.
You gauge it by the number of complaints, or you gauge the frequency by the number of accidents?
Both. Yeah. So when we get complaints about speeders, and when we're talking about Dinuba and Thompson, we've had a complaint recently where somebody was inquiring about the number of crashes there. We've had quite a few. So that would be an area we'd want to put the motorcycle officers to
How
run
effective
radar.
are those, your speed is marquees? Are those effective?
It is effective. It's broken right now, though,
Okay.
and it's getting repaired. But it is effective, and that would be a place we'd want to put it, because we had put it down at by Selma, what was that, Dinuba and east of McCall for a while, and it slowed there were some speeders there, and it slowed them down. It is effective.
Okay. So we just need to let you know the hot spots.
Yes, let me know. That's one thing I haven't heard a lot about since I've been here, but we can certainly address it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
All right, and Recreation, Mr. Kirshner.
Yeah, we have approximately 220 seniors we're still serving. So next Tuesday, we do our traditional monthly from the community food bank. Big old boxes in about 2 big bags. So, police and fire and every department, finance is actually helping us. So we appreciate that. Community food bank also will be donating an extra holiday box for 100 seniors. And so since we have 220, Selma Cares in December will add 120 packets of boxes of food for the ones we missed in November. So one set of seniors, 100 are going to get an extra box in November. The extra 120 will get an extra box in December. So we kind of had to divide it up. So they're going to get a good set amount of boxes. And then on Wednesday, Beverly Cho through Central Valley Lions Club will continue on her annual Thanksgiving luncheon for seniors. Normally, we have it at the senior center and the seniors eat there or pick it up. So this year we're going to be delivering almost 300 lunch. Appreciate the Central Valley Lions for all their work, and all the service clubs donate to this luncheon, and it doesn't cost the senior center any funds. They've always got the donations to cover it, from Rotary to Lions Club to Kiwanis Club to Women's Club. I think I'll probably forget one. I think there's another one. Knights of Columbus, I believe, is donated to. So they'll begin doing that again this year. So, and then on your consent calendar, you did approve the holiday craft fair. We did talk about postponing that. So the craft fair will be postponed because we did fall down into purple tonight. So we will look at doing a fundraiser when we move back into the red, and just retitling the craft fair to be hopefully not Easter or Valentine's Day, but as soon as we can get back into the red, then we'll have the craft fair.
Thank you. All right, where are we on? We'll move on to council reports. Councilman Bravolos.
Yes. A quick question, Teresa. I know we're going to go on the stage. I got the email. We're going to go on a stage of purple. And are we going to close the parks? Are we closing the parks since we go into the purple? Usually we close the gate. Are we going to gate them?
No, the gates aren't closed.
Are we going to do it, or are we going to leave it open?
No, they're open for people to enjoy in their immediate family pod. They're not available for gatherings or large gatherings. We don't have any contact sport facilities available. The basketball nets are still down. So only socially distant activities with family units.
Now, are the restrooms open in those parks?
Yes, they are up until dusk.
Oh, to dusk. Okay,
Yeah, they
till
just
5:30?
we had to get some of them back into use. Them being out of use caused a few repair issues, but they are back and now open, and then they're being closed at dusk.
Oh, okay. Well, who's closing them? Are you
I'm
guys?
closing them.
Okay, no. It used to, well, you know, it used to be in the past, when I first got on the council, I used to ride along. We did close the restaurant about 10 o'clock at night. We did do that.
Yeah, the
And we
PD
did-
has keys.
Yeah.
So we started today actually, and we're closing them at 5.
Yeah, and we, when we did that, we addressed some activities. Let's put it that way, okay? And being proactive in that area. But no, yeah, I just asked that question, you know, Teresa, because I know that under the situation, that's why, this business is going to be affected. Unfortunately, this shutdown is going to affect some businesses drastically. And I want to make sure that we do everything we can and as council government and, as a city here to help these businesses, because they're going to die and they're going to need some help big time. You know what I mean? This is round 2. This is not, we're not getting better. It just got worse now. So we really have to step it up this time around, mask up and prepare ourselves, big time. And the other issue too, once again, I always thank the people that work for the city. Everybody works for part of the city, from the attorneys down, public works, all these guys, law enforcement, the firefighters, Isaac, the man of many hats down there, Mike Kirshner, in charge of the seniors, the art center, and everybody, but everybody, I know everybody in our city is multitask. And I thank them very much. And holidays come around the corner. I hope everybody have a good holiday, and don't travel too far. Keep under 10 people. Try to keep social distance as much as possible, because it's very important that I really want our city to open up, and we all got to work together as a team to make it happen. Businesses, everybody in the city, the residents of Selma, because I want to see the kids go back to school and everything. As I was on the ground, the parents, you have no clue what the parents told me about. They wanted their kids to go back, and they're having a tough time. They find them kids behind, educational behind, but at the same time, it's a hardship. But we have to deal through this, and we will get past this. Trust me. The vaccine's coming. I hope the first of the year we'll probably roll it out. But we got past the other viruses, and we will get past this one too. But once again, I commend everybody, the citizens, the people that work for the city, our city council, moving forward on these issues. I thank them very much. We have to be strong on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Councilman Robertson.
Well, I attended a mass of church volunteers at St. Joseph's a couple weeks ago at night, right after the election. Rose and I, along with Jim and Lorraine Avalos, attended the reopening of the Boys and Girls Club. They'll be open from 2:30 to 6 until January. I attended a Calvans board meeting. We finally had the executive director present not only our finance subcommittee, but the board at large with the deficit recovery plan, which is going to be really important for the future health of Calvans. Really, really important. Attended a ribbon cutting at Green and Clean Landscape. Attended a brief Southeast Regional Solid Waste Commission meeting today. Thank you to everybody in the city for working so hard and working so well together. Can't really single any department out. Everybody works so hard, does such a good job. I did drive by downtown today and saw those flowers with the rocks around them. They're looking really good, really good. Thank you, Public Works and Director Shane, for that. And I want to say thank you to everybody who came out and voted a couple weeks ago. I mean, it's just so important. That's what our democracy is based on. And I really appreciate the huge turnout that we got for this election. That was the most important part of it, that people came out and made their voices heard, because that's the essence of democracy. And people have fought and died for that. And it's really important that we remember that's how we show that we're free, by selecting our representatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Robertson. Mayor Pro Tem Guerrero.
Okay, I'll keep it really short. I attended the ribbon cutting for Green Clean, and I also attended a Zoom meeting with the city manager for the 5 cities. And that's it.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to keep it short as well. It's been a long evening. I do want to thank all our staff for all the hard work they do. But I especially want to thank the fire department for their quick response on Friday. It seems this handsome volunteer was hanging something at the chamber and punctured a gas line, and they were very quick to respond. So Chief Peterson, thank you. Thank you and your crew for responding so quickly. And I just want to talk about Thanksgiving. Kind of Jim mentioned it. Thanksgiving coming up. We know we're in the second wave, but I just want to tell everybody, the community out there, this COVID is real and it doesn't care who you are or where you live. So please, please, please use precaution when you're out and about, especially when you're having friends and family come visit if you have them for Thanksgiving. They don't know they're carrying the virus. You don't know if you're carrying it, and it doesn't care. It doesn't care if it's a relative or a friend. It's deadly and it's real. So I just ask everybody to have a safe Thanksgiving, and hopefully when it's over, we'll all be here to celebrate Christmas. So with that, I will move on to our communications. Notice to the public, at this time, any member of the public may address the city council regarding any item which the council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item not on the agenda. Issue raised will be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public shall limit the remarks to 3 minutes.
Mrs. Delgadillo, your line is open. Do you have any public comment?
Yes, I do. I was reading the city of Selma's website about the COVID-19, and I was very surprised that we had 25 deaths in our city. I was not privy to that, and I had not heard that many people had died from this worldwide coronavirus pandemic. And I wanted to say that I lost my Spanish teacher who worked here in Selma Unified for a huge number of years. Gloria Gonzalez, she used to be Miss Gonzalez. She's now Mrs. Gloria Mendez. And we also lost Mr. Harry Martinez Sr., and he was our custodian at Selma High School for a huge number of years also. He used to sell insurance, and then he went to Selma Unified and became a custodian where he worked until he retired. I wanted to mention I had a big problem for my mother-in-law, and Juan Mendez from Code Enforcement, the code enforcement officer, was very quick to respond, and our chief also. I was very impressed at how quickly the problem was taken care of, and these homeless people were taken to the area where the homeless people are at there in at the hotel. And what I wanted to say is about these codes. They're very difficult to understand, like what we can do, what we cannot do, what is legal, what is illegal. I think we need to have some kind of a pamphlet that goes to ordinary citizens about the things that they can do on their property. And if they're in violation of any of the codes, it needs to be, I don't know, just communicated better. And the last thing I wanted to point out was I was not happy with the communication that I have had with the chamber. We have a lousy chamber. I am not happy that they are not multicultural. I think they are out of touch with our community in respect to demographics, culture, and language. And I'm not pleased with the events that they are having. That, if I could finish.
Vicky, it's been a long night. We're going to end it there. Thank you for sharing your concerns, and especially just have a safe and blessed Thanksgiving as well. So,
thank you.
Okay. Okay, with that, I look for a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Hey, we have two further callers.
Oh.
We have two other callers on the line. I'm so sorry.
My apologies, guys. I know it's late. I didn't realize those other callers.
Hello. Yes. Hi, caller ending in 303. You have 3 minutes. May I have your name, please?
Erlinda Martinez.
Thank you. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Erlinda Martinez. Yes, I would also like to agree that over here by the corner of Dinuba and Thompson, we're having a lot of issues with fast-moving, not just vehicles, but we're talking about diesel trucks that actually make our whole house shake. And I'm concerned that there's too many commercial vehicles, diesels passing through this area. And basically also just thanking the chief that he's noticed that there's a lot of fast moving traffic within the area of Dinuba and Thompson. Thank you so much for all of your support in the community, for everything that you guys are trying to do to keep our community safe. And that's it. Thank you so much. I hope you guys address this problem because it's an issue for all of us residents that live off of Dinuba. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your concerns.
Thank you.
Hi, caller ending in 521. Your line is open. Can you state your name for the record?
Hi, Yolanda Torres. I'm sorry I joined the meeting really late and I kind of jumped in right at the middle of the issue with the new park. But I'm really confused here. It seems like the gentleman that was speaking was talking about designing the park and stuff like that. So I'm kind of confused if they've already picked a contractor for that. I know there were 5 bids. I want to see where I can get a copy of the 5 bids. And I think it's just really important that we take our time on this project.
We don't need another fiasco like we did with the Selma Police Department and all the issues that came about that. I think this is something that we've been waiting for a very, very long time. I think the new council needs to get involved. I think we need to look at everybody who is capable and qualified to do a project as big as this one. So I think we need to kind of slow down a little bit, and we need to look at everything from beginning to the end. I think we need to, keep the citizens involved with this as well. But I think it's really important that we, we give the citizens an opportunity to look at the information as well. So I'll be contacting Teresa, if that's okay, Teresa, to get this information from you. Like I said, I'm really happy that this project is going forward, but I really think that we need to really look at everything, because this is going to be a huge project for City of Selma, and it's going to bring in a lot of people and a lot of sports and a lot of different towns and a lot of revenue. So I think we just need to really do this project right. So I just want to give my input on that. And thank you all so much for your time, and you have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Yolanda. Yeah, and I don't know if you can still hear us, but it's on the website. You should go for the council packet, but I'm sure the city manager will email it to you so you don't have to dig through that packet. But it was on. All right, thanks. Have a good Thanksgiving.
Okay, you the same.
All right.
Those are all the callers, and we have no emails.
Okay, I believe Jen made a motion to adjourn. So everybody have a safe Thanksgiving and practice good safe habits from that COVID, guys.
9:55 adjournment. Thank you.